Microtopia. Hey, we're live. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Welcome to, what we call it? Welcome to, something I've been looking forward to for the past couple of days. This game is another one of those games, much like the one we played yesterday, that caught my eye while on YouTube, that seeing other people play it and other YouTubers and streamers I watch play it. This game is amazing, just like that other one. It's a different kind of amazing. This one will be probably a little more niche, I'll admit. This compared to the other one, because the other one's a little bit of everything. Real-time strategy, RPG, survival sim, colony sim. Technically also city builder. Whereas this one's more contained in the fact this is kind of... It's going to be different than what I'm about to akin it to, but it's just to give a base outlook to the efficiency that it will produce. If you've ever played something like Factorio or Satisfactory or any of those types of games, that's all about automation and eventually getting everything run to just do it itself. That's what this game is basically like. Now, this game is very unique in the way that it does it, which we will get into once we start. I don't want to spoil it yet. But let's just say I did make the joke, like, we're going to learn, and I don't mean literally, like, don't freak out when I say this. Today we are going to be learning coding with Artnot. We're going to learn how to program, guys. I'm going to teach you, I'm not. I did used to know my scripting pretty hard, but I have not done it in such a while now. I will admit that, like, I know the basics and stuff of certain statements and all that, and I know if I saw it, I could probably recognize certain things. But, but as far as, like, me being in the practice of programming anymore, at least for now, not as good at it. This is also kind of to spark that interest from myself back up into programming and to get me into the learning some basics, because this game in a good way teaches, how should I put this, what's called logic pathing, which means like any coding or any type of machinery when you're building microchips, for instance, or any types of things like that, even when you're writing a script, has a base, has like subtext, or in the chip's case, like little neurons and nanodes that come off with different things. And this is just a simple way to explain, like, essentially it teaches you the basic understanding of how that logic works and why it works in a video game perspective, with a very, very interesting choice in how they represent what's considered the builder part. This game also, to me, is also probably breaching into what I would also call more nanotechnology, or micro even technology and nano, that we've been developing, because we already have nanotech, like little TVs and stuff that have little nanos and things that kind of project the image and are able to adapt a lot better, so it produces better quality, things like that. But those are more advanced than what this is technically representing. But on a micro nano level, we are essentially representing the building blocks of how a chip or a machine or a program works just by its base movements. And it's going to be represented by movements by a tiny little special awesome thing. So I'm going to give everyone a chance to join up before we continue, because I don't want to... I'm trying not to say it. I keep realizing when I'm doing some of these intros, sometimes when I'm trying to keep a surprise, I realize, well, I'm accidentally creating a sentence where I need to say the word that would spoil the surprise. So, whoops. Anyways, good thing I didn't say it. But either way, if you've already seen this or played this game, also tips are highly welcomed. because I'm going to be just getting back into this, because this is also just as much for me as I wanted to show it for chat. It's up to y'all if you want to keep seeing more of this as we go forward. This is going to be one of our filler games for now, going up until a couple more things start to happen towards the middle of end of this month. So, what was I going to say? So y'all have to let me know if you ever want to see more of this, or if you're more interested in this type of game. I will highly recommend this to people who will probably like things like Factorio and efficiency and building automation, and at least that alone, you would probably like this game. So, but welcome everyone. I'm going to give everyone a chance to join up, and then we'll start up in a minute. Because I'm not sure how it's... I think there's a main menu, but this is my first time ever starting this myself. So I don't know if it's going to give an automatic tutorial. Am I going to get to choose to do the tutorial? We'll have to find out. We are going to do any tutorials if there are any. If not, we'll have to learn it by hand. Meaning doing it ourselves. It's kind of how I learned programming anyways, at least on the actual scripting side. Is I did better by just on purposely screwing it up is the best way to put it. And that's kind of with certain things in any types of experimental thing when you're first learning it. Try to just get into it. Because getting into it is the biggest part of actually becoming good at it, as I remembered or now have retaught myself. Because if you don't have the interest in it, that's in anything, by the way, you're probably not going to do as well. So, and that's with anything. That's not just with whatever specifically, so. I've missed this part of who I was for a very long time, and I'm trying to rekindle it entirely and set that ember to a literally roaring fire. Also, tomorrow we will be doing, if we're not, let's see, it's Monday tomorrow, so James' day off is tomorrow. If we're not doing Warhammer tomorrow, I've got the special surprise that I almost forgot if Farseer hadn't reminded me. Big shout out to my moderator, Farseer. Because she didn't realize she reminded me, because it was supposed to be a surprise just like these two games. But something that we were talking about in chat made me go, right, that game. I need to get that, or make sure that's secured. But I already had it for PlayStation Plus, I just forgot to download it, but it's ready to go. But, I swear, chat, sometimes Alright, we've been going for a couple minutes. I think we're going to get started into the tutorial, or what the options are, and see what happens. Whoa, what the? Why did that come up? Why did that? Uh-oh. Hold on, chat. Why did that come up? How do we get rid of that? Is this like the Steam keyboard? I think that was. I don't know why that came up. Oh well. Let's use the mouse. Alright, we're in here. Let me look at the settings real quick, so I know what's what here. Yeah, WASD. So everything's pretty normal. Q and E. Camera rotate left and right. Okay. Z and X are super important. Let me do that real quick, chat. Hold on. We were steam, we Steam, the steam. Alright, I need my control scheme real quick. This will give everyone a chance to still join up anyways. So, I need to go to joysticks. It's because this is shift, I guess. Never had to do that before. Have it stay shift, hold on. So we need Z and... Hold on, we gotta bring it up. Now we can X this out. So we need C... So F, C, X, and Z. Because every game is slightly different. So this can be F. So that's F. Follow and to C. Since shift doesn't seem to do much right now, let's make that this. So that's C. Drop material is X. Let's make that U. And then place dispenser is Z. Spacebar, interesting. I'm gonna move E here. Place dispenser. So that'd be Z. I'm trying to think what would be the best option here. I'd say probably circle down. So that would be this Z. Okay. Null trail is tab. Main trail, hauling. Yeah, see, there's also a 1, 2, and 3. See, there's the issue there is like, well, these are more important to me somewhat. Because these are how we tell our little robo dudes how to do things. So that's actually what we have to do, and I have to put the rest on the thing. This may take 1 second, chat. Just 1 second. So 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. How many are there? 6, 7, 8, 9. Oof. The others don't seem to have one. Eraser is R. I can put that on the mouse. So there's 9. Literally like the other one I had for the other game. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll make this 6 for now. This is now going to have to also become 7. Oh no, this has to be 6. Because I forgot that. I'm not sure which of those other 2 are. And then the rest has to be on my... in here. So we want... Now we gotta go back up to the other one again. To null the trail, it's tab. So we already have that. That's fine. So to null, I need to right middle click. Place dispenser should be left middle click. So this should be Z. Drop material should be X. Let's put that here. And then that's follow ant. C. Do that here. Relocate building is F. I don't really have, unless I take shift away. These would be way more inconvenient, so we're gonna put it here for now. We'll see if shift ends up becoming a thing. Don't have to redo something. I think I may have to change that with the other access control at that point. If it's working. I may have to just use the mouse for now. This is not a hard game, to be fair. It's not one of those games where we have to be fast. It's all about our own logistics issues that will do us in the most. So it'll be more about patience, so it won't really matter if the controller don't work as intended. I'll just have to shift the keyboard to a WASD setup so I can at least move the camera. We're gonna try going for that. Alright, welcome chat. Welcome to Microtopia. Alright. Let us get started. Let's see what we got here. Foggy purple planes. Wait, hold on. Actually, let me check on something real quick, chat. And I'll be right back. It'll give everyone one last chance to join up before I really get into it. I have to go check on something real quick. Make sure everything's good. And then we'll be back. I think we're just going to also... We can change this? We only have one. I wonder if we can unlock others. Interesting. Or maybe they'll be added later. I don't know. That's interesting. I didn't see any DLC for this game, so... Interesting. We'll have to see. Maybe it's one of those games that once you kind of beat the first original kind of thing, you get more of them. And different ones do different things. That'd be kind of cool. But, or maybe that's something they have planned for later. Don't know. But I will be right back, chat. Oh, that was loud. 1 second, chat. I'm almost back. Okay. No one in chat yet. It don't look like. Did I shut the door? No. Do that first. Alright, Chad, I'm back. Grab the mouse. Elevate up yet, Chad. Get in the right position for us to start up. Not seeing anything in chat yet. Notifications might not have went out fully on this one. They seem to be a little belated lately with OBS. I don't know. It's either that or it's just my, like, for some reason, YouTube is just not communicating with my computer. It could be the VRAM issue with my card as well. So, either way, because maybe the YouTube server doesn't technically see that I'm, like, think that I'm live until a certain point. But, oh well. That's, can't help that until I upgrade. Welcome, welcome, Time Gang. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Alright, now we can get started. Make sure everything's good. Alright. But yes, welcome, Time Game. Welcome to, we're technically already past the title, Microtopia. Which is, I don't want to say too much, but think of this game as a, at least from a physical representation, like a Factorio, a Satisfactory, where it's all about the trying to get up automation and build up your stuff. But in this case, it's an actual physical representation of programming. And also circuitry and circuitries and pathways inside of like microchips and stuff that you have to, that have to be built in order for it to function properly. And we're going to be doing this as robot ants. Because microscopic ant machines building things is, at this point, probably realistic. But, welcome on. Oh, aluminum, please. But, this is gonna be a, we're just gonna start with basic settings, where we're just gonna see what it does. Because we're going to have to learn a lot of things the hard way, I think. Because I don't know how much of a true tutorial this game has yet. So we're going to find out. So we're just going to start with Blue Meadow, Foggy Pebble Plains, World Sea. Which you can kind of type in whatever you want. Like you can in Play-Doh. Our only ant species we can get, or robo-ants we can get, are Electroformica vulgaris. Which quicker intro sequence is probably to skip the intro, which we're not going to do that for this one. So let's see what happens. That's a lot of metal. Okay. Okay, I just jumped in. Alright. Oh, keys are working. It's a little slow. Hold on. Is there a way to turn that up? Scrolling speed. Wait. Camera move speed. We'll say 215. Try that. That's much better. Okay, welcome to Microtopia. You are the hive mind of a robot ant colony. I am so honored. Follow your instincts to build a thriving settlement. Click the complete button to advance to the next step. Okay, complete. Move camera. I have moved camera. Rotate camera. Oh no, it's middle mouse button. Okay, hold on 1 second then. That button's gonna have to go somewhere else. 1 second. I have to make a quick adjustment to our controls. Let me know if you can't hear me or if the audio is weird or something. So this has to be middle mouse button still. And that was F. That was to relocate a building. Since that we won't be doing that often, we'll do this. Hold on. So this needs to be that. This now needs to be this. The pains of custom controls, chat. There we go. Learning a new game is always the longest episode, especially on PC. Alright, rotate. I've rotated. Zoom in. Complete. Every ant colony starts with a queen. You can select her from the build menu. The heart of the colony. Feed her energy so she can produce larvae. Where is the energy? Hold up, hold on. I actually think... I also gotta consider build space, though. I don't know how we clear this out. What is this, actually? I wonder. This is some stuff I haven't learned in this game yet. So, that will be her intake and output. How do I rotate? That'd be a thing good to tell me, game. Shoot. Yeah, well, okay. This is gonna be really inconvenient if it's backwards. Okay, good. Okay, we can rotate it ourselves. Yeah. We want further in, like right here is perfect, so I can make a straight line once those are gone. Oh, okay. There we go. Now we wait for our queen. There she is, being brought in by the first drones. So I love, if you note that what they basically are. Oh, that's so great. PGA Tour and Blueprints is out now. Oh wait, they put Blueprints on Extra? Ooh! I actually do want to play that. I actually saw Wade play that last night. That's for one of my YouTubers I watch, Lord Minion 777. But yeah, that looks like a great game. There's actually a lot of people playing it from what I saw this morning. It's like a procedural kind of explore the house and solve the mystery kind of game. But you got to build the rooms in proper order to try to get as much as you can in a certain amount of days before you're locked out of the house. It's pretty crazy. You got to find the 26th room or something like that. That's in a room that's in a house that only has 25 rooms, and you're like, well, wouldn't that give away the secret if you said that to anybody? I mean, yeah, sure, the room may be hard to find, but it's supposed to be a secret. If you tell people that there's a 26th room when there's only 25, how can they solve a secret? It's not a secret anymore. Yeah, it looks pretty good, a narrative-driven puzzler, yeah. But it's also a roguelike. You actually can die and you get benefits for losing and having to come back and try again on a different run. And each day, you can reset your rooms or save them with different things. There's all kinds of stuff it does. That also adds steps because going into each room costs you a step. It looks really fun. And I'm getting into I'm starting to notice this about myself, and this game is an example that we're playing right now as well. Now, of course, there's always my Doom side and playing what we're going to be playing Doom-wise and other special things. And what our surprise is going to be tomorrow if we don't get to stream with James. I'm really starting to enjoy these more technical games because they're getting me back into what I'm pulling myself towards in real life, like trying to get back into AI and going towards robotics. All of this kind of plays into that. So, that's why I wanted to play this game, because this game, it kind of teaches, from a physical standpoint, not actual scripting, teaches a basic understanding of how logic pathing works. And I don't mean it just in factorial terms. You'll see what I mean later. We can literally create physical what-if statements, like if you're coding, to say, oh, so I'll give you an example. It's like creating technically this is what a coder does when they create one of these in a strategy game. So if you've ever played a train game where you have a set of rails where you can branch off in different directions, but you don't want every train to go that way, you set that rail to say, hey, if red train goes straight, if green train go left. This is just basic, as much explanation I can give. This is literally gives physical representations of those codes in these ants and what we'll be doing to alter their paths once it becomes automated to do different things. Also, the reason why I'm saying this now, I want to click this real quick. You see how this ant has a lifespan? Now this one is infinite. Our first 4 drones, or sentries, they will never die. They are the core of the original base. So these guys are actually going to be the beginning of the chain. Meaning, since these are infinite until we can get our production for the ones that aren't infinite, but you'll see how the automation, and once again, it's like power supply meets demand, even in a microchip level. It's gonna be crazy. You say we need to play some golf. Yeah, we can do that. I'll be on there later after this, to be fair, or after I do Heart of the Machine. After this one, I'm gonna be trying to do 2 streams a day. Depends on how tired I am after this one. And how far we get. If we end up going long on this one, I'll save Heart of the Machines for this week. And I'll just go ahead and get on. Because I haven't played in a long time. In some PGA game. In some golf. Also, I want to download Blueprints. So I can try that out on the channel this coming week. Because that seems fun. But I heard, yeah, there's a lot of, the part of the gaming industry that I knew is starting to flourish is starting to flourish. just buy indie games. Who cares about AAAs anymore, to be fair? The only one I care about, which I need to see something, question, Tam King. Is there, you actually, I don't know why, you might not know this either more than I do. Is there a private test server for Marvel Rivals? If not, I think something has already happened and already updated and been added. And if so, we're doing that, chat. Very, Very soon. Very soon. Because that means my boy has arrived. And also, just as good a character as the Invisible Woman was has arrived as well, aka Emma Frost. Because the new update is bonkers amazing. But I just don't know if it's actually out yet, or if maybe they have a PTS, kind of like DPD does. So, guess we'll find out. I will tell you, I'll check that out later too, chat, and I'll find out. Personally, for all of you. Completely for all of us here at the channel, we must know. Alright, let's continue. I'm losing my mind. But yes, we definitely we'll play some golf later, Temp King. I want to hop on. If you, because it shouldn't be too late. At least I hope. Lately, my schedules have been crazy. But yeah, I'm down to play it. I think I already downloaded it last night when I downloaded the game Farseer. Accidentally reminded me of that I didn't tell no one about, but I forgot. And almost forgot to download it and went, whoops. Not sure, I haven't seen anyone stream a test server, so probably not. At least for the public anyway. It's probably just an internal test server. Well, yeah, but I'm seeing like YouTubers and people already having access to it, right? That's why I'm trying to figure out. Is there a PTS or is there something sort of like... I'm trying to figure out if there's like some sort of internal thing going on, or if it's just... I'll check later if it's already out. If they've already released it, then darn. Rivals is killing everything that is in its genre right now. Poor everything else. To be fair, I don't really feel bad because I'm a big Marvel Rivals fan myself. And the new character they added besides Emma Frost. Yeah, well, if I wasn't a fan already. I did see that. There was a patch the other day. Maybe they did drop. Oh, Tab King. The servers might be in trouble. We might be seeing the second coming of an Anubis very soon, chat. Y'all remember what that was like, right? Yeah. Some bad things just happens, but great things also. But if that's what the patch was, we checking that out this week. But, alright, let's continue. Let's build our micro ant empire. Place the queen, wait for her to land. Complete. You can instruct... Okay, here's where the first part comes in. So you see what the game's doing. Now, you can hand draw these, but later we'll be able to do different things with these lines that it's creating. That'll be a little more automated, and we can edit said permanent lines if we create what's called a chain, or... in programming language, a loop. So, okay. So you can instruct workers by clicking on them, obviously. You can let them interact with the environment. They will collect materials or drop them off. Workers can't walk through obstacles. You will have... Yeah, this is where it's important. You will have to walk around. Use the right mouse button to deselect your current active selection. Yeah, okay. So if you want to just draw the line and stop, if you're just trying to get it somewhere, right? That's not gonna be. We're not gonna be doing too much of that. That's just letting you know you can cancel that. If you drew the line wrong, you want to cancel the line you've drawn, and then just draw a new one from where it's at. This also helps if you're just trying to move ants across a certain distance, but you don't want to put them on a job yet until they get there, because you want to hand pick each one. Now, that will be less common as we go forward. In the beginning, that'll be happening more than it will be later. Later on, once certain chains, or aka loops, are created, that won't be needed. Which you will see soon. That's why the first ones are important, because they're infinite. They're to keep the base going until the automation fully gets up and running, essentially. Alright. The queen has arrived with a small group of starting workers. Instruct a worker to pick up a piece of scrap iron. Roger. Go to the scrap iron, little ants. Alright, complete. Build a stockpile and instruct an ant to place scrap iron on it. Okay, stockpile. Alright, so wait, hold on. This is where I need to be smart about this. What do I want the first one to be? Because distance doesn't matter, because you're going to see something interesting the way this game does it. Once again, it's almost like transfer of circuits. Distance to objects that need what will be in the stockpiles is not as important. It's just the line that the workers are creating to maintain each component. So energy is going to be over here. I am thinking here. How much does it say? Does it say how much these are worth? I don't think these matter. You'll notice they look like microchip, like I forget my terminology, diode type little things. Little I forget what they're called. They're the little parts where all the circuits kind of get made up in the ball. It's been a while. Oh, okay. So we'll go ahead and create that. And now we need scrap iron. So, let's bring him over here. Here's what we want to do. For now, let's just tell it to do what it wants me to do. Because I want to kind of let the tutorial explain this as well, because I don't want to jump ahead. I do know something we can do right now, but I'm not going to do it yet. Okay. Create supply chains. Here we go. So here's the drawer. The thing where this is what we will be using the most. Even though you can manual control your ants, this is what we really want. Because then we can take an ant, and as you saw, I'm going to let it draw it out again. You can take your ant, manually select, and then once you select a piece of that route, they will automatically always run this loop. Actions so yeah. So it's going to automatically always, because it put an action by that, it's going to grab it and then go that way. So action flags will automatically appear on trails near objects and buildings. Here the workers will interact with objects they will collect or drop materials. Here we go. By creating loops, the workers will keep performing the same tasks. So that's in programming as well. But see how it's going to do that, then it's going to keep going around, it's going to keep doing the same thing and keep this permanent little chain going. Now chains can be independent of each other. And even further, if you know how to build it right, you can, so let's say I had an ant that's not infinite lifespan. Because not our ants after theory is after you create one of these, how big or small it is, you need another chain that's coming in somewhere on one of these and pushing in the ants that are going to die off when you need them at a certain supply. You won't always need this, and you can cut this on and off. Once again, there's also like what if statements and stuff we can do in here using signposts, as it's going to dictate later. But it's basically to tell the code, or in this case the little micros, that okay, this is got so many on it, nope, that doesn't need any, so it's not gonna let this gate open to trigger for more ants. If that makes sense. You'll have to see when we get to that eventually. Might not make it that far today, we'll see. Alright, it wants me to create a loop. So here, let's now, where's the button? No. There you are. There we go, I had to hit 1. So, we're gonna want... Something like that. That. I just don't know why I created an extra path there. Oh, no, no, no. Hold on. Pull this out more so it doesn't trigger. There we go. You saw what I did there. Now, I was a little ahead of the game. The game has not taught me to do that yet. We don't want the path to be too long, though. So let's curve it in. Because you don't always want to make it a perfect square. Because time is of the essence in this thing, too. So having two and then grabbing this. Now, we're going to need another ant. That is, not going to be enough. Oh, hold on. So we'll add him to the chain. We'll add him to the chain. Or to the loop. So now they're both going to grab. Now they're going to eat up this one first. That's kind of why I made this chain only to these two. I did this on purpose. So we could always eat one of these piles first and eat the other pile. Now, if I wanted to be super efficient with this, I would shrink this down to be only this pile reaching both of these in a short square. Just to maximize speed. We're getting enough right now, I think, overall, though, for the beginning. Season 2 just dropped. Yeah, I already know who they are, Champ King. Don't worry. 20 new characters leaked, too. I knew it! Wow! Whoa! I didn't know those other ones. What the Yo! No Ghost Rider in that. A little disappointed. But, don't care. Because that first answer makes up for all of that. Although the answer that we got already, the one that already just happened, that's the one I was talking about, the update I was waiting on. Yes, my boy! Yes. They're gonna have Professor X, yes! That meme is gonna be a real thing now. I have to tell James this. He'll love this. There was a meme someone created on on Facebook. It was using an editing from the Multiverse of Madness movie where they showed Professor X during the Doctor Strange movie, where Patrick Stewart was Professor X in that movie temporarily. Which now knowing what's happening, it's not surprising we're gonna see him again. But we're also gonna see a Magnetic Man. But I'm so excited. This is great. This is great stuff. Great news. This is great news. See what I mean? And it's funny because even the developer for Marvel Rivals isn't that big either. There is one character that's in the files that peeps haven't figured out yet. Could be, I would hope so, but there's a lot of characters. The chances of it being him, but there just being so many characters in general in the Marvel Universe, it's pretty astronomical. But hey, it's one of those things that I'm kind of okay with whatever right now. Because Rivals has for it. Well, it has the entire Marvel Universe worth of characters. So I'm like, yeah, okay. It has what Smite did, but it's not abusing it and neglecting it. Sorry, I had to say it out loud at least once. It had to be heard. They have eaten that metal up already. Dear God, I need to... How much can one of these hold? How do we stop the line? It hasn't told me that yet. Let's just complete the tutorial. At any time, you can press spacebar to pause the game. Oh. Oh. I need a spacebar. Hold on 1 second, chat. 1 second, chat. Hold on. I'm not sure where to put that button. I don't have any buttons left. This is the problem, you have too many buttons. So, spacebar is pause, huh? Yikes. Yikes. frickety doo-dah. I mean, this is a patient game, right? So I could probably do... Alright, so let's say I wanted to take away 3. Let's redo the numbers. So let's take away 3 and make this spacebar. So this is 1, this is 2. Circle now has to be 3. This now has to be 4. This now has... They both have to be 5, I think. So that has to be 5, but so is my joystick. So joystick is also 5. So 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 4 buttons that have to go on something else now. Let's see. So this now has to be 6. This now has to be 7. This has to be 8. Ooh, okay. So that means this has to become F. I'll just have to remember that. Actually, let's make it back here. It's better for me back here when it comes to my little buttons I use here. Default that. That's 8. This has to be 9. These are all from my different ant trails and different stuff we're going to need. And gates. Because we're going to need to change different types of gates, which are basically the what-if statements. Okay. Controls are set better now. Alright, but yeah, hopefully. That would be cool, though, if it is Ghost Rider. But like I said, I'm down for a lot of different characters. I've already been somewhat already appeased, especially at the perfect time right now with me getting fully back in the robots and everything. And of course, the first person they add in the next update after the Fantastic Four is my boy, Ultron. And I told James what was going to happen if this ever happened in Rivals. And I'm going to live up to the statement. It's going to be Blade is coming. Not Blade. Anubis is going to be reborn. I've already seen a little bit what he does, and it's fantastic. So I'm about to become a crazy person in Rivals. But we'll check, if it is already out, we'll check that out together this week. So I can pause with that. So now it wants me to, the queen will soon birth her first larva. You can grow larvae into new workers by using an incubator. Huh. A building where lava can be grown. We need 10 of those metal things, which we do have. So, this is where the efficiency comes. We can move any of this around later. I think for right now I want this. You'll see why. You can grow larvae into new workers by using incubator. Complete. Okay. You can click and drag existing trails to freely move them around. Yeah. That's how if we want to make trails shorter or longer to get rid of, like, certain inefficiencies. By clicking lock trail dragging. You can disable trail dragging. Yeah, so if you don't want to do that, you can disable it. Buildings can be moved in position. He clicked on it, but I didn't see it in time. I assume that's the E button or whatever, or the button I just assigned to that bottom button back there. We might end up changing that around and swapping one other thing with that and redoing it, and I think I know what I want to do at that point, but we'll see. We'll see how much I end up having to do it. Versus building, just moving the lines. Some I know we'll have to, but we'll see which one ends up being better. So, okay. Buildings can also be freely demolished. The materials will be returned to any stockpile. That's what it was said. Workers have to collect larvae from the queen and bring them to the incubator. Create a new trail to do this. Alright, let's draw a new trail. We can erase, but we're not gonna erase. So we want to create just a little short trail. Okay. You're gonna get on that. There we go, little baby cyber ant. And now we plug our wires into it and grow it like any ant. Because this is how ants are grown. Yeah, alright. So, workers have to collect... okay, now we complete that. Connect incubator to a trail to allow the ant to exit. So... the queen needs energy to produce more larvae. Collect energy pods from flowers by using the foraging trail. Okay, it's been a while. We don't really need too much in the beginning. We can cover this much. Feed the queen energy. I can't remember if we need... I think we need a stockpile for that. Don't quote me on this. It's been a minute. Perfect. And that puts it in there. And just in case we need another one. Okay. And then we pause you because I just realized your lifespan is... oh, so we have to connect the trail. And, oh, right, because that's the feeder, right? These are why the incubators are important. So these ants can't be manually controlled either. They have to come directly from the incubator doing something else. So, realistically then, what I'd actually rather do... does it matter which ant gets it? Let's find out. Because I actually think I'd rather have my temporary ants for now, just helping with metal collection for the moment. Let's see how that goes. And then we need to send this ant, since we don't need too much energy right now, to this lane for foraging. And let's go. Now, I don't know if we'll need... let's see if this works like I think it does. It does. So, but we have to feed the queen, though. Hold on, pause. I'm actually going to erase this just for the moment. It'll be kind of a long trail. Ooh. Because it wants me to feed her directly right now. So we're going to cut off. We're going to cut off the storage from it for the moment. Just to see how this works. Because it wants us to feed the queen, not grab storage. We've got a little bit of storage anyways already saved up. Because I think you actually have to go throughout these plants. Because it looks like, I don't know how long these come back from. And she'll produce another ant. And that gets this ant on that. Alright, let's pause for a second. So we've got plenty of metal. Alright, so let's see what the next step is. The queen needs energy to produce larvae. Feed her energy pods to fill the energy meter in the top left of the interface. This game needs a Xeno mod. It does. It would be hilarious. It would kind of work. I mean, even though it's about programming and pathing, I mean, you could make a horror game based on pathing. I could see this, like, the beginning ones are like, we started with a couple of drones. We produced our first face hugger. Kind of situation. I could see that. Feed her enough energy and the colony will advance a stage. This will increase the colony's max population. The queen will keep producing larvae until the max population is reached. A higher energy tier also means that the bar will deplete quicker. So feed her as much energy as you... so she needs to always be sustained. So feed her as much energy as you can sustain a high population. Alright. Keep producing more workers until you have 10. Roger. So I'm going to take one of you, like you for instance. You're going to break off from there. And you're going to switch to that. We'll leave one until this other larva is created. We're going to move each of these. I'm actually going to go ahead and move you now. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Oh, I'm going to have to pause. First, let's get him over here. Now we need to do... I'm gonna switch these two buttons real quick because I know I'm gonna need this more than the number 9. So this 9 needs to be this. Pretty sure that's the relocate button. Wait. Yeah, this needs to be 9. Swapping back and forth. Okay. So, okay, can I assume I can remove it with the stuff on it? Oh, hold on. How do I... is that not the relocate button? Oh, there it is. I have to be in it. Okay. Oh, I just realized. Hold on. We're gonna have to delete the path first. In order to create a new one. We can just kind of drag it back and forth, but I'm just gonna draw this one and then shape it out. So that's... We're gonna want to move you down here. Same thing for you. it's actually gonna have to be a square around it. So I need to drag it inwards then. Because it doesn't need to be too long. Also, this sometimes making your pass longer is better so you don't exhaust your resources as quick. So that seems pretty good. And that's going to harvest those 2 piles. Okay. That should be good. Complete. Ants can take... Here we go. This is what we needed. Ants can take material from stockpiles by using dispensers. You can easily place them by clicking and placing dispenser on a desired stockpile. Ah, yeah, okay. Dispensers can also be reassigned to a different stockpile. Okay. That's pretty cool. Dispensers still work when placed over great... Yeah, this is where now we don't no longer need to worry about distancing as much. We can go across the map and still work. Now, this doesn't work for some of our drones yet. We only have level 1 drones, and I think they only have a 3-minute, 5-minute lifespan, which sounds like a lot, but when you have to take a minute or 2 to get across the map, that's taking away from harvesting time and how much time they can gather materials. That's why you see such a short path from here. So actually, let's see. You get on there. You get on there. So yeah, see, they only have 2 minutes and 32 seconds left, these two. That one's a full, so it's 5 minutes, I was right. So these first level ants only have a 5-minute lifespan, which is why I set it up this way. So there's constantly a production of small ants going in here and getting the metal for us. And we're going to leave the energy production to the big ants. I should have one of you harvesting, is what I should do. Because now we can fix this again. This can go back to being... I'm actually just going to erase this and do this whole thing over again. Ah, okay, we'll get to that soon. Nice. So, we need a foraging path. We don't want it to be too long, but I guess the benefit is that they have to... We want it to be long enough that it's not going to eat all this up too quickly. So let's try a distance of something like this. Try to get as many of these flowers into the line as possible. And then back over here, we're going to see where my lines are. Weird. There's a double drop-off point right there, but I don't think that'll affect it too much. So something like that. And then on this side, hold on, wait, we gotta build it. Oh no, wait, hold on. We can, the first one that's gonna get filled is this one. Place dispenser there. So that means we want that path to go this way first. So you can kind of see what I mean about how this game teaches logic pathing. They're not perfect squares right now, because there's a lot of stuff in my way, kind of. But to be fair, I'm kind of okay with staggering it out a little bit in the beginning, because we don't want to overuse right now. Now allow him to continuously feed the queen from here. Let's build another one. Hold on. I keep forgetting we can just do this. There we go. So that puts both of them on that line when we need it. Now it wants me to set up automation for metal, which to be fair, as much as we have, we probably should. Okay, so that means, hold on. It means I want to erase for the moment. Ooh, this is going to become a weird issue now, because I don't have quite enough permanence. So this means, how do I make this efficient? So this is where a gate would be great, but it's too soon. So I think right now we're just going to have to deal with it, and we're going to have to mid-max our ants a little bit. I wonder. So what we could do is we could just reroute this every time we need it. We'll leave it on there for the moment, and I'll just grab an ant off of this that has more time to do so. So that means we need dispensers for you now. They're going to be on the opposite side over here. Let's put you down first. I'm not sure. I think that's the drop-off point, right? We'll try that. Build a smelter, iron blocks and stockpile. Yeah, we're working on that, that's my next thing too. We're gonna need a stockpile on the sides. Not that far away. Straight as this as I can. Just one for now. And then we want to build the path. Ooh, wait. No. It has to come from this way, even though that one don't have anything in it. Because we want to make sure that when they drop... Ooh, this actually might have to be two different lines. Hold on. Because once again, we don't have any the extra stuff yet. I keep trying to get too efficient, and we don't have the ways to tell it which one should be doing what. So, this actually might have to be over... Wait, where does it pop out at? Back here? Change recipe. Smelt iron blocks. Okay. Let's not attach to this yet, because I'm not sure where it's going to be going. So let's do my original plan. But without... Oh, nope. But without that part. Okay. Let's see. Guardian is investing in Fortnite. What? What you mean? April Fools? No. Alright, so that'll create an iron block. So we're gonna let this run for a second because I need another. I technically need 2 more ants. I need to see that this ant's done, and now, okay. Now let's pause. Which one of these ants has more health? You, sir. Break off. Break off! Break off! Go over there. Yep, see, the other stockpile is filled up. Is it... Huh? Why is it not depositing it? Did I get it backwards? Hold on, pause. Is this the exit? Is it this one? There's no thing here, though. What? What am I doing wrong? Oh? That's an iron scrap, right? Oh, but it's not on the stockpile. So it comes out the same end. Okay. So I was right about what it did. Whoopsies. Deliver that. And I need to redraw this. So I was right initially about what it did. So it's coming out the same end it's put in. Let's see. So then that means I needed to go the reverse direction. That's gonna pull out the lesser stockpile. Ooh, hold on. So then that means I need to change target to you. We need to reverse these. And change this target to you. We need to cross the wires. Just because I screwed that up, just so we take from the right one first. Okay, so let's redraw this then. Hold on. Hate when it does that. Angle slice. And then back down. We want to assign you right here. Okay. That should create the... That should be right now. There we go. Tiny smelting ant. Boy, that takes a second. We need 2 of those. That seems like that's gonna take absolutely forever. I am gonna make another one of those. 15? Do I have 59 of these? Yeah. Let's make another one, shall we? And then what we're gonna do here is assign another new ant. I gotta see. I think we're at max population, aren't we? Okay, so I think that means we're at max. So which one of you has the biggest lifespan? 3 minutes 40 seconds. You're coming over here now. Reassigning. Oh, but they get stuck behind each other? Interesting. So that's not gonna work either. Let me come off there for a second. So what we... Okay. I know what we can do. Give me a second. Okay, we gotta redo this again. Let him finish that one. Okay. Alright. I know what we can do. Give me a second, chat. I have to, this is me relearning once again. This is a good way to learn logic pathing and how it actually sees itself. And how it actually, like, calculates certain things going on. So... So we need to stagger it, is what we need to do. I imagine a can of Raid is not getting rid of this ant colony. Nope, it's not. So, technically it needs to all be down here, and the storage should just be up here. For efficiency. So then I need to move you for a second out of the way. Oh, stay there. We're gonna move you, so you're gonna be here. We'll use these as our guide. You're gonna be here. Okay, so. The key is to start each ant in front of its own pipe, right? So that way they both get to the storage and drop it off. But then they're going to get... But it's still going to always create an issue. So this is where the later gates come in handy. This might have to be two separate small systems. Until we can get a what-if gate. Because I realized, okay, it'll work in theory in the beginning. But then what's going to happen is when the loop begins, it's going to circle around. Even if I, like, so this is what I thought about, right? Hold on. This is what I was going to do, is something, which I'm not getting in the way of that, something like this, right? But, the issue with this now is, let's say I mimic this over here. This ant, alt right here, is always going to get blocked. So I think... in order to mitigate this, so you need to move over here. We gotta just move some stuff around because I gotta do something here. So we want them to be opposite of each other. So like this. This needs to be that. So okay, so now let me think about this now. Because now what I'm hoping is, and we're going to need another one of these for that to work. Storage. We're going to have to destroy this. We have no choice. Because we want this square to be as tight as humanly possible. And there's a reason why. Oh, he's in the way. Hold on. Come over here for me real quick. Thank you. So like that. So what I'm thinking in theory here, would I happen to create two whole separate systems to take up more space and be more efficient? My theory is okay, start them still on both their own pipe. They're going to grab one immediately, start smelting. Both sides are going to do this. They're both going to finish around the same time. So in theory, what should happen is they should keep swapping places with each other. They should, like, this one should finish to store here. This one should finish, store here, which... yeah. And you should be the same thing, only that. Okay. That hopefully should work in theory. Let's see. So let's create a little, let's start from this storage. Well, that might be considered a pickup if I do that, so... we gotta start here. There we go. Okay. And up here. The issue is doing that, but that's fine. So then we have to do it this way. And complete the chain. Or complete the loop, hopefully. Hopefully this loop should work. Alright, let's put the ants back on it. You're gonna be going there. Problem is, you won't get to yours in time, and that worries me a little bit. This one's gonna start right before that one. It looks like it's just fast enough slightly. He's slightly ahead, but it seems to be literally working. Perfect. Nice. See, we theorized our way through that, chat. Nice, nice. I just realized we have no energy coming in. Uh-oh. Whoopsies. That's not good when my small ants die. I'm gonna assign you back over here so you can come on that loops later. We want our ants to be spread out. I'm actually gonna do that. We don't want them to be on the same part of the loop. There we go. See, the issue now is only this one's being filled up, right? I think I know I need a more efficient way to do metal harvesting. Let's see. Workers can collect from stockpiles by using... yeah, I already did that. Use the iron to build a workshop. Alright, the workshop. What is this? A fabrication machine that can create several different goods. Okay. Where do I want my workshops to be? Because we can just use dispensers to give them what they need. I think we're going to put it right here because we're going to be harvesting this out soon. So I assume it works like the smelter. Both the entry and exit points are the same spot. I'm only going to make one for now. The workshop can create a variety of products using different materials. You can use the building menu to choose between recipes. Iron plates. It wants me to make iron plates. Make screws. So it needs the iron we're producing now. Which that needed the iron we actually made to make it. Okay, so here's what we're going to do then. These two need to be reset now. Let me get you two off the chain for a second. Gotta redraw this chain. So we want this. in theory, what I should be doing to make this better. And to make both platforms keep an even, steady pace. Is I should have a pile in between them. In between the storages. So that way, okay, so ant harvest here, he drops it on this one. Ant harvest here, it drops it on this one. That makes that more efficient. You're still feeding for larvae, but yeah, we did lose one. See, we're starting to lose them now. Okay. Alright, they're back on there. We need to get her some energy ASAP. You need to get back on the line. Time to feed the queen. Grow me an ant. Keep that population of harvesters up for now. We shall move. Oh, they must change color. Look, this one's turning gray. So they must like turn like they lose their color as they fade away. Kind of like a dying out circuit. I like that. That's kind of cool. It burnt out. Oh, is that it? Oh my god! Dead. Died of old age. Can we harvest that? It's terrible to say, but my dude, come over here. Can you do anything with this? It doesn't seem so. Oh. That is, what are we supposed to do about that? This looks like it could be free scrap, but it's not doing anything. If I... No. Alright, we built up iron again. I think now... And they're both starting to die off. I'm gonna manually, by the way, swap workers over there. I'm not just gonna keep them going over here. Because we do need more over here. We're about to lose 2 here. We're about to lose a lot of small ants and need to replenish them. So, this is why I'm feeding her more energy now. Also, this needs to do the same thing. We need this one on this end. So, the energy being harvested from this side... Actually, probably we would want it in here. Maybe get rid of some of the... Oh, that kills that, though. See, this isn't too bad. And I think that keeps enough of the flowers. We can always draw another line around this. What could be eventually, what I could do is just draw a line. Create a central nexus of this around each one of these for more efficiency. And just have their own pathing around the flowers. Just so energy is always supplied. Oh, wait. Divider! Here we go! Finally! How did we unlock this? We must have aged up. Or got went to the next stage of logic. So... A logic trail to divide ants evenly over several trails. Ants will divide themselves over all the trails connected to the start of this trail. So does that mean in theory, hold on. What does this one do? Counter gate. Ah, here's what I was looking for. A logic gate that keeps track of the amount of ants on any consecutive trail. Ants will enter until the assigned number is reached. Alright, so then what we need to do is this first. The counter gate is a logic trail. Let's see how it works. Yeah, and then it flips it up. That's cool. It's kind of like, it's literally like a train switch. There's a logic trail that lets ants pass based on the amount of ants present in the trails after the gate. You can set up to how many you want to be present, or how many you want to be present on a said gate. Okay, so that might be a way to solve our issue I was just talking about just now and then. Because we want 2 on that one at all times. See, it's doing what I'm doing. It's got 3 on a smelter, which that setup seems kind of really silly because each of those ants are gonna have to wait on the other ant to finish smelting. This is why it seems you want some sort of staggerization, almost like what is called a nexus build, and have each corner have a setup on it. So all ants just switch with each other in the conglomerate network. Data package switching. Look how many different pathways we're going to eventually get. That's awesome. This gives you control of how many ants you want in certain parts of your colony. Alright, so yeah. Next. The area the counter gate looks at is confined by the other logic gate. So, okay. I guess what it's saying is if I draw another line, it's going to tie the lines together. See, right now it shows all of them. So you don't want to do that if you're trying to keep them separate. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Alright, so I want to draw a counter gate from here to here. And I want to set it to 2. Okay. I think I did that right, we're going to say. So in theory, now when we produce an ant, and when those 2 die, in theory what's supposed to happen when they get up here from this trail, coming from the queen, it's supposed to check a what-if scenario. Is there enough ants on this loop? If not, it's supposed to say false, and then it's supposed to trigger. You can say it's a true-false statement too, technically. And then if it is false, then it's supposed to say, okay, let ants in until true, until number is true, basically. X4 Foundations is adding a free diplomacy update. Nice. I still can't sadly play it yet. I have the game and I can't run it on my computer. I want to play it so bad. But we're going to have to wait till the computer's a more beefier monster to try that out one day. And then this is a logic trail. Let's read what this does so we can watch the tutorial. So this is the one I think is you can switch it. Yeah. A divider trail is a type of logic trail that can divide incoming ants evenly. So this is if you have this is creating what's called like a circuit in a way that switches between different statuses or stances. So like a light switch, this is what it would kind of look like to a light switch, but this has 3 different options instead of 2 options. Flipped up, on, flipped down, off. Which means ants not go to power, ants go to power. But essentially, but this is a 3-way path version. It essentially will take the 3 main or whatever many pathways you have connected to this, and each ant, it will switch between each one, so there's an even distribution. If you're trying to keep a mass production to a certain area of ants, it needs a large amount all the time. But it needs to evenly keep that large amount distributed. This is also how machines and factories technically work to a certain extent and probably are programmed. They have these tiny ants in them. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe one day. Okay. You can place trails. Oh. You can place trails over other trails. This is very useful when adding dividers to existing networks. Yeah. Also, the color trails is to show only allows certain robots on it entirely. So, or certain objectives. I think you can basically, like, that's an energy trail, I think is the left one. I forget what the green one's still foraging, I think. So what that's representing is it's switching from a normal foraging path that starts as the switcher is allowing to evenly distribute between giving it to energy ants and giving into foraging ants by switching back and forth by every ant that crosses its path. Same thing here. I do love this. This is a great design. By directing several divider trails to the same destination, you can manage the flow of ants going. Yeah, this is also a good way to get an overflux of ants in one spot. Because since you can only have one ant on trail per at one time, you technically we call it. You technically can, as you can say, triple it up. So during certain segments right there, when there's an overflux of ants, since you have 3 different trails attached to the divider, it's going to get prioritized 3 different clicks. So it's getting more energy in a way. It's a good way to create permanent pathing. That is cool. You can now go a diplomatic route instead of a military or economic route, and you can house diplomats in your headquarters. Why would anyone want to do that? No, I was kidding. Oh, man. Alright, let me throw this down. Hold on 1 second, chat. It's getting hot in here. I may have to take a quick break for just a second, turn my fan on. It's getting really warm in here. Okay. So I want to see how this works. I want to see if this does like it is, because these guys are going to die any second, right? $30 seconds. What happens if they die mid-cycle of the transforming of the steel, though? He's still fighting. Oh shoot! But it does lose that piece of metal. That's kind of sad. So let's see what happens. Let's see if this does what I think it's supposed to do. Did I draw this right? Or did I draw this wrong? Okay. Wait, I thought I set that to 2. Huh? What the hell? You're supposed to be set to 2. Well, okay. Well, whoopsies. Well, at least it takes it from the line. I do like that. It takes it from the line automatically. But now we have an issue I have to manually fix here. Because now these 2 are going to be accidentally smelting at wrong times. So here's what I'm going to have to do. You can select this ant. He's going to need to go in the middle for just a second. Now you grab it. This way they'll always be kind of in sequence with each other. That's a little annoying, which means I need to space them out more. So that way it can auto do that. It won't need me to keep doing that. But we are producing. Okay, so let's see what we got to do these iron plates now. Oop, this is done now. We're actually running out of metal. We're going to have to move our metal production to this side soon. Whoa, that's metal? That's got 653 in it. So these are our main stocks of metal. Ah. So it's a good thing we're harvesting this first then. So we did the right thing about taking all this. So I guess the issue that happens now is that we need to create several harvester zones. Okay, so because they'll both drop off of that one if I do it that way. So I need... How do I get both of these to get an even amount? I could use this to do that. Could use a divider. Delete all that for now. Delete that as well. Just because it'll give me more room to play with. Because we have to build around it. So let's do something like this. You'll see what I'm going to do here in a second. Oh, hold on. This ant is in the way. We also get to compact our design doing this. So I need to erase this because it's got to be redrawn from here. And we'll just drag stuff around. They have to enter the main line. So hold on, let's draw backwards. Let's draw off backwards first. So let's create this first. So what we need is a harvesting situation. Going into that, stop, divider. There, and one there. This is teaching me how to draw this again. This one and this one we want to do this. Stop right there. You're gonna do this. Connect here. Then we're going to connect you to you. So, okay. So that should work in theory. Now I need to draw an entry to it. This is where the complication comes in. Because, like, I could just... No, that's going to get them in the wrong area. Although they got to start at the beginning anyway, so just do that. Oh, but it's got to be... Hold on. It's got to be drawn to it. So they'll go there, as they have been normally from the incubator. Okay. Let's see. Choices are always good in a sandbox / RTS. Yeah, agreed. That's why that Heart of the Machine game we played yesterday is my favorite game so far we've played in a long time. That game was so much fun. Okay. So... And we'll get rid of all this once we need to move the supply over here. This is where the divider stuff will have to be moved to. Because this will be our permanent supply over here. We're going to create a huge harvesting chain that will tie into a divider that will drop off everything on. But for now, this seems good. It's a small version of it. But this should evenly distribute according to the terms of what we think we know. I feel like I need to create a gate in general for the total amount of ants that are here. But since we're going to be deleting this, there's really no point doing that. Hand maxing it right now is better. So, okay. That's set up. Next. We need to set up... We need to move this. This is not a good spot. Okay. We need to set up our production now. We need to produce 2 iron plates. Okay, so I need the same thing, I assume, here. That I did at the other one. Which we're going to create another gate to this. Once we build it. So I assume I need to stagger this just like I did the other one. But we're only going to start with 1 for now. So I'm just going to keep it simple for the moment. We're just going to go a short, simple line. Square, simple. Square, rectangular setup, yeah. So that only accepts iron plates. And, oh, okay, one or the other. That's fine for you then. That's all we want right now. Oh, no, we want screws as well. So we need 2 storages. Shoot, that's a little inconvenient. Okay, hold on. Let's pull his path inwards a little bit. It, to be fair, doesn't need to be this big. Alright. So, storage, because you want them to be kind of next to each other, because they're going to be 2 different things being produced from there, so that means I need 2 of these. This just has to be bigger than I thought. Okay. So we'll do plates there, and we'll do what's called on this side. Screws. But this does mean the ants have to be staggered again. Or I'm going to have to do the divider thing again. So that way we always have one working on 2 separate ones. But I think we'll stick with what we're doing over here for now. Since we're only going to be doing 2. I think I need another one of you. So you're going to be doing plates, you're going to be doing screws. We need a dispenser for you. Okay. So now I need to draw. That needs to come back a little bit. Okay. You seem okay, but we'll see in a minute. No. Oh. Okay, that needs to be further back than I thought. Okay. Okay, so I need to do the same thing here. But that is slightly inconvenient because of this. This stuff needs to move over towards the queen. It's gonna make this a little bit more efficient. That allows me to do something like that. There we go. You stay over there. Now I can get you. Like right there. Still a little too close. Right there. Perfect. Okay. So now we need a gatekeeper from here to, huh? Can I not reach? Is that blocked? Ah, okay, hold on. I will push it back a little bit. How about that? Does that work? Gatekeeper. Okay, good. This also needs to be 2. I think this needs to be. Okay. So that's working. Plus, we'll get more population of ants as things go on. I think we just got another one, so. We're starting to have a little circuit board empire of ants right now. But see, I already don't like this because I keep having to hand max it, and I realize that's kind of. I don't know. We'll see how efficient it gets. Oh, shoot. Whoops. Yes, sir, this is only supposed to be screws. Oh, boy. Delete. Okay, well, we have the right amount on there. Pause. I thought I turned that to screws. Clearly, apparently not. Spruce. Okay, these are right. Alright, now. Which one has to be made more? The sprues? Oh yeah, let me make sure you're on sprues. Yeah, you're making sprues, you're making that. So yours needs to be the one that needs the most metal. So you need this one. And then we'll make yours this one, since there needs to be less panels made. They're gonna block each other, right? Yeah. So the same issue happens. Okay, so what I'm gonna manually do for now, and I'll have to try to keep track of this. You need to go over here. Get back on the chain. Why are there 3 of you down here? Oh, because I took him off. Alright, well, then you need to get off this chain entirely. Yeah, they're getting a little out of sync, but at least now they're kind of moving in a thing here. Why are they not designing though? Oh, it must take more than one. So I guess in a way, do I want to min-max this as much? It seems that this needs way more metal. So this one actually needed the higher stockpile. Because it takes more of that more of those to make panels. But you need to go back over here for now. So I'm gonna need more dividers. Because what's gonna end up happen is I need to divide the ants coming in from the gate. Which this gate needs to move. This is not a good spot. Hold on. I saw an issue that already happened that I don't like. So let's delete that for the moment because we already got 2 working their jobs. So let him get back on the line. Yeah, because we're about to eat up this metal. I think it's actually already done. We can just pick up the scrap iron. You'd think when I click that it must be something I can get later that lets me scrap my fellow ants' bodies. Okay, so now we have to rework this entire thing again. So let's delete that, delete that, delete that. Delete all this. Delete, 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 delete it all, delete it all, delete it all. Okay. So, our iron production is now over here. So let's build for over here. Now we are going to do this differently than we did before. Let's bring our stockpile over here. I don't know why we would need to move it. Make a new one, that is. They're going to evenly be getting distributed because the way I'm going to do the divider differently now. So, you go there. I'm going to do it the same way I did the other one. You go there. Alright, so let's draw this out first. So I kind of want to harvest this first. So let's begin here. And the reason why I'm trying to avoid the big one is I don't want to touch that just yet. Because I don't want to use it up just yet. Actually, wait. We can't seem to harvest that. Why? So I must need a bigger ant to even harvest that to begin with. Okay. And then we go to the entrance of what I'm gonna call the divider. So we're gonna want one going this way, and one to go that way. Then we want to draw this first. We kind of want just the shortest path possible. Then we're gonna want to draw this one's next. Yeah, because it has to go into this one. Okay. Okay. Once again, this is a more elongated harvesting path, but not happy with that, where that connection ended up. Oh. I could just make it one big line. There's no need to change that line. That line isn't going to be specific. It's just going to go straight from there to there. To get them back on the same path. So it'll keep dividing them. Because there'll be at least 3 to 4 of them. It will never be totally even, but it'll at least always make sure each ant never goes to the same pile. So there's that. Those are still connected to their stockpiles. So here's now what I've got to do next. This is where the more complicated situation comes in. So I have to create now a bridging between these two. So we need like 2 gates. So we need to create 2 separate lines. So this line goes to... Hold on, let me draw from this line down here first, just to get a line out here. Oh no, but it has to come to it. So, because we don't want them leaving that. So it's to come to here. Okay. And then... we need the starting line to come to here. And we're going to have to count how many ants we're going to keep on the side, which will be 4. So this actually needs an initial gate as well. So let's create 2 gates then. One going this way. This needs to be 4. I hope that did that right. It says 4. Okay. So it needs to be 4 total coming from that. And then they can go into 2 different directions. So we'll go here. Stop there. Grab another gate. This is a twofer to there. And a twofer to there. And then this just needs a normal line. Boom. Okay. So that allows for that to be fine. I guess my issue is how's it going to know? Is it just gonna pile 4 onto this? I think it is. So how would we stop that? Because it actually doesn't technically understand that those are full. How would we tell it that it is? I guess we could switch it to a divider and just let this be a 4 gate, and it only lets 4 out of here if it needs it. Also, someone made a mod for Bannerlord that takes place in the 1860s, and it's even harder than the Napoleonic. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna try to summon 4 of those. It's gonna let it go. We can't do it that way. We have to erase this for a second. I have to erase all this because that's not going to work. What we need is a divider. Oops. Divider. Divider. So it'll evenly throw 4 ants over here. So that'll work. And then what we want is the main line to connect to this. Because that we don't want to curtail. We want as many on there as possible. Now we do the gateway. Now that I understand what I should have been doing right there. But we don't want 2, we want 4. Good, it knows that there are 4 ants. Because that should be, right? The whole thing? Yeah, so that's how you tell with what it's connected to. So that's connected to the divider and everything. Good, 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 good. Okay, we're starting to get a bit of an efficiency thing going. And this also opens up more places for incubators and things to create different types of ants to add to the line as we go forward. Because we now have more room. So for now then, the rest of you are just going to get on to hauling. Get your butts back over to hauling. Wait, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. I should spread some of you out. That way they're not all going to the same part of the line. And then the game will evenly distribute them if they get too clumped up. With the divider that I set up. Longer range, more accurate shots, no armor to protect you. Death is all but certain if you charge with a horse. That may well. I mean, it's just because there's guns now, essentially, at that point, then. Yeah, see, these two also have a problem I need to fix as soon as this is done. Because I'm not happy with this construction model and that it needs it's gonna need a divider for this to work. Or it's never going to, it's never gonna have enough to do this right. Okay, so... Alright, so then my best bet then is we need to redo this then. Let me let him deposit that. So these two need to get off the line again for the moment. Come over here. Okay. I've got to redo this whole thing again because this isn't going to work. Oh no, duh. Oh, there's no path. Oh no. Okay. Let's move you out of the way for just a second. So we're gonna just create a little factory loop, and this is gonna divide it into the two of them. They're gonna be separate units, just divide it into two. It's just gonna be easier that way to divide the ants one extra time here to ensure that there's always an ant on one of these factories. So, okay. I'm gonna say that we do it this way. We want it to be kind of near the pathing, so we don't have to go so far. That's putting it in incubation territory, so let's just do it this way. And we'll put them on opposite side of each other. Because we're going to create a very tiny rectangular loop for this. Something extremely efficient. Alright, you come over here for just a second. Alright, so which one of these which? The iron plates require way more metal, so I'm going to give it the better dispenser this time. It's got to be pretty far forward. Okay. Okay, so now we gotta draw very, very, very small rectangles. Oh, wait, hold on. Gotta put the storages. So your screws are going on this side. Your plates. It's not quite the same. We want them to kind of line up so the distance is relatively the same for both. Won't be perfect science right now, but okay, so oh, and they're gonna have to be further apart than that. Okay, so that was an experiment. So we need to go back here. Okay, so that loop is created there. Hold on, I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Because this is what I'm gonna do to line things up a little bit better. To help with geometry issues, since this is, I think there's a way to snap it, but okay, now we delete in between. Okay. Alright, that sets up both their loops. This one is a little wider. We can shrink it down a little bit. Alright, so that seems good. 810. There we go. That's relatively about the same size. Okay. Now we want another divider. One to here, one to here. Because we're only ever going to need 4. And sadly, I should do the same thing over here, technically. Alright, we're redoing our whole loadout because we want this to become maximized as hell. So, time to move everything out of the way. Over here for now. Over here for now. Because we're not unpausing anything. Just keep the ones that are with each other with them. Just go there for now. There for now. There for now. Okay. Delete, 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 delete. Okay, so we want the same thing we have here, so basically. So, is there a way to, like... No. So, in Factorial, whatever that game I played, you could, like, grab a layout and kind of copy a way of this setup. It'd be kind of nice, but that's probably for the later games of this. So, let's set this up. Let's mirror this like we did before. So, we want that. We want the dispenser. That's a little close. Hold on. Go up here for a second. Okay. So right, because we gotta compensate for storage as well, right there. Okay, I want to move that again. I just want to get the angle right first. And that there. Okay, now we want the same thing on the other. Oops. Same thing on the other side. Let me move all this out of the way. Won't be perfect, but something like that. Where's this dispenser? Its storage. So all it has to do is touch the arrow. Okay. So now we do some drawing again. Okay. This is a little fatter than it should be. That's, well, to be fair, it should be better. Okay. Alright, so that's set up now. I'm gonna delete this part of the, what's it called? Because I have to do a short one into another one. Yeah, so we have to do this, and then another, oh, no. then 2 from here. Okay. Because it should only ever be 4 in here. So, we'll see if this works like I hope it does. There may have to be a gate at these, and then a divider, to show that there's 2 in here, or something like that. I'll have to figure out how that works in this game's purpose. But hopefully... Although now it's saying they're... Oh, because I don't have them assigned anymore. Right. So there's already 1 in there now. So we should actually assign them through the portal. And then whatever's left, I'll just send on research. We're gonna see how this works. So this next one should go up. And then that one goes there, and then that one should switch there. So it should evenly distribute the 4 ants. Yeah, it's already got 4 on all of it. Beautiful. So that worked. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. The ants are in motion. Now, of course, this is a long trip to have to smelt, but it lets the metals build up at least. They've already harvested this. We've technically got enough scrap metal, to be fair. I'm not really sure what to do with all these extra ants at some point. I don't know how we harvest this. We need mining. So hopefully we'll get that soon. Thank God the mod didn't add lever action rifles, hunting, shotguns, or Gatling guns. But field artillery. Okay, we're done with that. Pause. Complete. Combiner. Ooh, create a worker ant. So this is going to be the next level of ant. So build a combiner and use it to combine 2 small workers into 1 regular worker. Interesting. So, okay. So now we'll need another logic gate coming off of this. So let's see how this works. So combiner. A factory building that uses the components of 2 smaller ants to combine them into a bigger one. Newly created ants will have a replenished lifespan. Interesting. So, wow, that's freaking massive. Holy crap. Well, this is definitely gonna need a logic gate. You know what? We're gonna take them off of this. Because, jeez. So, worker ant, combine workers. 2 of them. Creates worker ant. Okay, so... logic gate to here. We only want 2. Then a divider to here and here. I'm pretty sure that'll work. In order to use the extra excess ants that we don't need harvesting to keep turning into worker ants. That may be what we have to do at some point. They probably have a longer lifespan, so it may be at some point we don't want these small dudes. We might want to cut these guys out altogether. We'll see soon. So yeah, there should only ever be 2 on that line. Let's make this line a little longer so it can read there's 2 on it easier. And then it has an exit point. Here's what I don't know. I don't know where to send this dude. So we'll send him right there for now and see what happens. Since we don't really have anything for him to do yet. Alright, let's see what happens. 1, 2. Oh, well, the logic gate doesn't work too well on that. Okay. Well, that's... Oh, but that's good. It always keeps 2 and then it closes. That's fine. Because it means I'm producing worker ants at a normal rate. Alright, pause. Now, what does... We can probably turn that gate to 0 and never send ants if we want. That's a good way to use the answer to half dead. Keep reducing until you've created 5 regular workers. Okay. Well, what do these guys do? Oh, plant cutting. What? Well, they're also good for hauling. Although the gate doesn't let me differentiate that, does it? So you know what we should probably do then? Hold on. Let's let this one get in here, and then we're going to stop that. Let's go that, let's get rid of that, let's delete that, and delete that. We don't want these ants doing this right now. So here's what we're going to do. We're also going to delete this. We're gonna change this to here. I want to cut off this. So I want to extend this out so there's more ants going out here to check what's going on, so the gates have time to trigger. Okay. So that will directly feed my worker producer. He's still going in there. You are now going to join this. You might be able to haul more is what it is. And we need to redraw this line for this setup. And let's see what that does. Sir? There we go. And to be fair, these guys do more work. So part of me is like, maybe I should be having these guys go here. So eventually we might want this logic gate attached to this instead and move this over here. Maybe move the queen to the left a little bit. Just so we can have only long-lasting workers working on production. Don't know. Something tells me there's probably an engineering ant. Like, something tells me there's probably an engineering ant. Oh, here's an interesting thing. How does it choose which way to go first? What gets prioritized? Ooh, that's getting prioritized, though. See, yeah, see, now I'm starting to see an efficiency thing we could do here. Yeah, see, we're only feeding that. That's a problem. Hold on. That is a problem. That is be a problem. shoot. I've got to erase this gate for a second. This gate's got to shrink. Okay, so switcher back. And hold on. Let me redraw the gate here. But that is supposed to be 4. And then we need a switcher path. There we go. That way we're at least getting an even amount of ants there. Because we really don't need more than 5 workers anyway, so I may set this to 0 for right now. So can we take this to 0? Okay, so that turns that gate off. Alright, completed. So now they should only go... Okay, that's not good. So, So I do think that's right then. Do you know what it should be? What should be happening is that... What should be happening is that there should be a branch off somewhere around here. We'll have to work on figuring out where we want it. That we want the workers on this now because they will last longer. How long is their lifespan? See, they're like 10 minutes. Okay, so let's see what it wants us to do next. You can combine regular workers again to create inventor ants. Oh. Oh, okay. So let's redo the initial start then again. Let's give it all this. Need to reset this back up. We'll make this logic gate shorter because I gotta figure out where it's gotta go. 4. Okay. So delete, delete, delete. Delete, 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 delete. We've got to move the queen over here now. Okay, you need... Oh, hold on. Now you guys are just going over here. That's why I can get this settled. Okay, so... Hold on, I gotta move you out of the way for just a sec. So what we essentially want... that, but I need to move it again. The queen may have to go over just a little bit more. It's either that or I have the gate come in from there. Could. That seems fine. Right there. And then we're gonna switch the gate's direction to that way. We want it to just connect to that because we wanted to know if there's 4 or not. At least for now, because that's all the workers will be used for at the moment. And we want to create an inventor one. once again, this actually would be probably better than to... And hold on. I'll be glad when we get more pathing again. Because we're going to want to come off this way, because we don't know what this inventor ant is going to do. I'm going to... over here, the gate. Set it to 4. Draw in its distance as much as possible. Oops, what just happened? It took away its gate. Right there, okay. We'll have to test to see if that works. That actually, in theory, might be better. We'll have to find out. Will that switch? Guess we'll see. Okay, so... once again, switcher... one for normal... well, no, we want... what's it called now, huh? So, we're gonna just want to turn workers into it, or... directly into it now. This is becoming actually complicated. To get enough ants going. Okay. That's not the right one. I need 7. Not sure why that's number 7. Okay. So that's to create workers. Oh man. This gate's actually gonna have to go in 2 different directions. So hold on then, we gotta do this again. And then we want... okay, so that'll evenly do so. It'll send a worker one way or the other there, one way or the other there. Giving us enough workers at some point. Efficiency would be to build more than one of these doing the same type of worker, but I don't think we have enough. Yeah, we can only have max 25. I'm not sure. Is there a way to see... I wanted to see how much population each worker takes up. Does it say? It does not. It does not. Okay, so then that's what we need is another ant combiner then. We'll put it behind the factories here. So we can see what a worker ant turns into with an inventor ant. It's not fully built yet. We need more plates. We should take all of the half-dead ants and put them on this track. all the living ants, or these last two living ants, can continue their journey. See, the issue is that ant hasn't died yet, but it will. Oh, sir, join with your brother. You will become the ant super genius. Oh, I didn't draw, what's it called? Whoopsies. There we go. My bad. Alright, we're getting to see what an inventor ant does now. Takes a minute to make one, it seems. Also, I just realized I'm not producing energy for more population. Hold on. I have not reset back up my queen's supply. My bad, my queenie. So I'm hungry. I need energy. You must give me the energy ball. So we may produce infinite ants. Something like that. 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 We're also not producing any more baby ants. This is an atrocity. Alright, drones, do your duty. Tend to the nest. Yeah, we've been stockpiling the energy. I imagine since it takes two workers to make, or two drones to make one worker, I assume it means that where there probably, hopefully, are less population. You both are about to die, give up, and turn into a better ant. Oh yeah, complete. What does this thing do? Look at this thing. It looks like a pipe or energy siphoner. Inventor ants can unlock new buildings and recipes. To do so, they need to be fed by other ants. This can be done by using an inventor pad. Build inventor pad. Energy pods fed to inventor ant. Okay, so we need to feed them energy as well. So we're gonna want to create its own energy chain to feed off of, separate from the queens. So an inventor pad. Let's just put science here for now, because we can... I don't know what the entry point is. It'll probably take a minute to build it, because I don't know what we need, and we're still getting workforce for our, what's it called up here. I'm gonna manually reassign a couple of these before they're hauling anything. You need to come over here. Alright, that puts 4 on that. Yeah, he's dead now. So, okay, now I'm gonna take another worker. 6 minutes is still pretty good. You need to go to that. Because metal right now is technically perfect. We actually need to reassign this grid here. To gather metal over here. So, let's... get really awkward with this shape, yeah. We could harvest both sides of it, so I could do this. Okay, so that way it still distributes evenly between the panels. This is if they don't already have anything in their... Well, actually, that won't work because they're going to already have something in their mouth, huh? This would have to be a separate grid now. Okay. We gotta rebuild this for just a second. Okay, so... what we basically want to create is one for both sides. So that's going to be a switch. And that's going to be a switch. Then we need to draw from both of these. Okay. So something like that for that one. And this one's got to move over here now. So we can harvest there. That should be good. That should harvest that pile from both sides. We're going to have to get mining soon, because then we're going to have to move over here. That's what I'm kind of think the way this game works. Is I think you're meant to basically advance using the small scraps. And then eventually when you get advanced enough, you become just fully sustainable throughout all the metal here. I'm not sure if there's an infinite metal situation, or if it's just this map is... Wait, this map... Oh! I see. Oh, but that's not metal. Right? No. That's stone. Ants know what stone is? Oh, there's some scrap up here. We actually might want to try to send them up here. That's just so far to walk, though. But harvesting that first, since it's inconvenient for us, would be pretty smart. We have 10-minute life ants now, so to be fair, who died? Wait, why is this saying there's not 4? Oh yeah, there is. There's 4. I don't know what it was. I don't know what I was seeing right there. Okay, back to you there. So there's 2 on that one. So I guess that's the only issue, is since they're dead, it's a little uneven. So what I'm going to do is with you, we're going to have you manually join this one. Just for now. Just to get us started. Especially since these things last longer. Alright. So that should be good. Now we've got, so 60% done. What does this need? 2 more bolts. I'm starting to wonder if I'm eventually going to need 2 of each of these setups just to produce enough. Fast enough. Alright, we'll go with this for now. We're gonna end it here soon. Have you devoured everything on the planet yet? Not yet, but look at how far we've gone. We're already becoming a small circuit board. Look at this. Look at this craziness. The efficiency of this. The queen produces workers. The workers get drones. The drones get turned into workers. The workers get turned into elite energy siphoning ants, which will research things here when it's done. I've got to figure out where the energy's got to be fed to. Because we're going to need a worker ant to do that. Okay, inventor pad done. So energy pods fed to inventor. So, for now... what I want to do is this, and we'll create more later. You go get in that. This is another one to be created. I need a gate right here, because I need to be able to turn this off when I want to. Okay. This needs to be turned off for now, because we're only going to want 2 of those for now. Okay, so that's going to produce that. We're going to need another one of those then, if that's the case. Since I accidentally, made another one. So I gotta let that build up. What is this game? Also, oh, welcome, Crispy Bacon. Welcome, Christopher. This is, Microtopia. You command a microscopic cybernetic ant colony. It's basically an ant colony sim, but if they were machines and worked like microchips. And building other microchips and machines. Yeah, we're gonna need actually a couple things to go here now. I need to delete that for a second. So, ooh, irony. We need another switcher into another switcher to eventually make this automatic. I guess right now I could manually make them and just tell them where to go. Because I could just set up and say, hey, you need to run over here and start harvesting energy. Or I could switch one of you. Because you two are doing overtime now when it comes to getting energy for the queen. So I'm almost wondering if we're working these plants too hard now. Because I could just set up another infinite ant right here. Gathering the energy for the harvesters here. But I feel like we're going to need workers on this. Nope, because I'm a psychopath, I'm going to do it the way the game wants me to do it, technically. That is crazy! So there's 3 different spots that has to do now. So, this is going to have a gate leading from it, so we don't ever need more than that. And that is going to be a gate of 1, so only 1 ant can pass through at a time. And then I have to draw this ridiculous path to get the ant there without crossing into our research path that we're going to create. Alright, that's good enough for the moment. So now I need a foraging path. I gotta create where I want to create this. We need to look at this from a top-down perspective. Let's create... Going through, like, here. This is, like, plenty of flowers. Oh, no, wait. Is that hitting... Hold on. See, I don't want to hit that flower. Because I don't want to hit the flowers that the other side is using. to come from here then. Because these are not being touched by the other side at all. Okay. We're gonna want a storage. Okay. Alright, that's set up. So now we want the gate to finish its path to here. So let's make sure that's working. We can click on the gate to find out. Does the gate consider that its whole route? It does. So because we only want one ant on that. Maybe two? I don't know. We'll see how much these guys eat up on regular. Because we're going to need a switcher to go this way, too. Actually, we're going to need two, then. Actually, I'm wrong. This does need to be two. Well, no. Oh, shoot. That's actually... To make the machine cog work, it has to be two. Because in theory, what's happening is the one won't happen here because there's not enough on this track to devote it. Unless it goes 1, 1, then it sends another 1. That's going to be inefficient as hell. So, no. So we want the initial gate to be 2. So it needs to be 2 always on this. So when 1 goes away, there's always 1 still harvesting. When 1 gets adopted into going over to here to maintain what we're going to do here. So 2 there. And then we're going to want a gate coming off of here. Leading to this zone. This gate is only going to be a 1. Okay. And then we want to go do something like this. A short little, long, like, elongated elongated rectangle. I said a rectangle. I can't stop, Chad, as my brain's melting. So, then we want a... we're gonna need a dispenser in between both. So both get energy. This only accepts energy. I think we might need another supply pod. Yeah, we don't want to hurt our supply, so we're going to have to put it there. Alright. As long as we ain't taking out any flowers, that is all that matters. Okay. You're only accepting energy. Okay. So that should be good. Now. Okay, so you're the closest to this side of the cycle, so you need to be this one. And you need to be this one. Okay, that's set up. I hope I did this right. We're about to find out. Alright, let's watch the worker. He's gonna go over here first. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, because that overrides that. Interesting. Oh, but we also have to have a gate there then, technically. Hold on. We're just gonna keep trying to make technicians. And that needs to be... Make sure these are separate. Yep, so you need to be set to 0 right now. Because we only need the one extra ant. The one extra inventor ant. Okay, so that's working so far. Yes. Yes, it's working! It's working! Oh, sorry, big guy. I meant to do this. So you'll be ready for when yours comes out. We feed in the research ants. Alright, research ants are being gathered, resources are being deposited. Beautiful, that's working, okay. So what does everyone think about this game so far? We've got quite a few games in the background we can do, to be fair, on the channel and all the stuff that we've done. So, what do y'all think? I enjoy this because I come from a programming background and logic-based stuff, so I really love these kinds of games. They're so much fun to me. Alright, research ant is fat. Alright, complete. What's next? Inventor ants provide inventor points. Whoa! Which you use to progress through the development tree to unlock new traits. So it blows up the ants. So technically I did the right thing then. So me having the trail from the combiner that creates the ants by putting two different ants together to make this one, the way I did it was correct then. Because these are going to permanently blow up once we use them and have to be replaced with a new one when the time comes. So we can turn research on and off in that aspect. That's actually kind of cool. Alright, to collect inventor points, simply click on a full inventor ant. That poor ant. Survival of the fittest. Yep, look, it did. That's exactly what I had. Oh, but it's got gates on. If this is empty, go to this next one. Although, realistically, you could probably do this with one gate. I don't know. I'd have to... Well, no. Maybe not. I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, how would the game know not to produce more inventors up to this point unless he's turned it off camera? Like, this would tell the ants to keep moving forward, but they're going to do this anyways if there's an ant already here. It's good practice to build several inventor pads, allowing you to gather points from multiple inventors. Yeah. I don't know if I consider this... Well, okay, no, because here's what you could do. You could set the initial gate to... Hello. I'm streaming.
That's real.
Huh? Oh, nice. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inventor ants. So what you could do here on this line has probably got a 5 gate on it, right? So realistically, You could put 5 on this at all times. So when one of these gets pulled, they'll each get replaced as one gets pulled. And this will always keep me a supply running in circles around here. That's probably what this is meant to be, but he just didn't produce any more. Alright, so what does it want? Oh, unpause, or pause. Once an inventor ant is full, you can click on it to gain inventor points. These points can be used to unlock technology nodes in the development tree. To unlock technology nodes in the development tree. So I need to claim this. And we want a radar tower. How do I... Wait, you're not full? Oh no, I just got the 10 between the two of them. He's actually not full yet. We have to wait till that gets a little fuller. Looks fun. I'd definitely get it if it drops on console. I kind of wish it was on console, but there'd be a lot of buttons. As many paths that you have, different types of paths we're going to be able to create. And different type of logics, like logic roots is what they're called. It would end up being kind of like how Age of Mythology was. You'll figure it out eventually, but the controls were a bit crazy. but after a while, you get used to it. Because we will probably wrap this up here soon and draw this up for tonight. Go a little further and then we'll wrap it up. I think I'm not going to do Heart of the Machine tonight. It's already 7:05, and I got really into playing this. We went way further than I intended. So we've got to the second level of Ant. There we go. So let's claim him. Bow. Yeah! So now we would make another one. So realistically now what we would do is turn this gate back on and try to get 2 more. Or try to get another one. So let's do that exactly as we say. Turn that gate back on. That gate opens back up, allowing for more worker ants to come in and be turned into an inventor ant. And since this is the first empty slot, he'll go in this automatically. Right now for just 2, this is plenty. What we need right here. Unlock the radar. Okay, how do we do that? Ah. A large disk that scans for radio signals from other colonies. What? Without this building, an ant colony is particularly invisible to other colonies. There's other colonies? Whoa. Assembler? Wow. Does this allow us to rebuild workers at some point and keep their life infinite? That's pretty cool. Iron and floor tiles. That's true. You could build a grid doing this. So you can kind of see what you're doing and build a build based on your grid. That's not necessary. Maybe there's other maps. There's also other... I want to point out also something we haven't even seen yet. At all. Oh, wow. Oh, I did not move accidentally. Okay. I also want to point something else out. There are other maps other than the map we started on. And maybe even other starting types of ant machines. Also... Holy... Is this PoE 2? Can I zoom out? Jesus. That is quite larger than I anticipated this deck tree to be. What's the small stuff? Put 10 pieces of fiber, place them in a stockpile. Fiber is a material harvested from plants in the environment. Use ants. Oh. So does this like unlock secret techs? Reach a population of 50 ants. Yo! There's a lot to this game! Alright, let's unlock the radar. Oh, it shows me what they are. At least these plant cutting. Workers on this trail will cut down trees and plants. So we need this. Oh. And we don't know what this is until we get 50 ants. That's cool. So these little gray things are also text, but you have to do certain things. Copper? What? Okay. Right. This is a lot more advanced than I thought. Next. Now that you have been established a colony, it's time to start communicating with others of your kind. Build the radar tower and make contact. Let's do that first, and then that's where we'll end it. I want to see what happens. Oh my god, this requires a lot of energy. 12 metal, 8, which we do not have that any of that yet. 8 panels, 10 screws. We're not making enough metal for that. This side is getting really lackluster at metal. Which one are you tied to? You have plenty of supply. I'm not really sure why that's happening. Hmm. Trying to think. How do I maximize my building? I guess what I'm not understanding is how is this side made so many more than this side? What are you tied to? You're tied to the... Oh, that's why. Because you're tied to the iron plates. The iron plates need double than what the screws do. Quadruple even, almost. Triple, basically. Frickety-doo-doo-doo-doo. That means I need another one over here. Okay. It's becoming harder to keep certain chains alive automated-wise because I have to create more logic chains now. Because I have to somehow create, okay, how do I keep 2 here but not? So we'd have to create a gate here. Okay, so let's do that real quick. Let's go ahead and do this as our last thing for this episode. So let's create a gate here. This needs to be 2. And then we'll create a gate here as well. This gate needs to be 1, which is already set for now. This gate needs to be 2. So that at least lets me solve that issue. This gate now actually needs to be 5 now as well, because we're adding 1 to the chain, so you need to be 5. Oh man. So there's only 2 over here, so hold on, I gotta create another gate. This is where it gets complicated. Oh god, but then that gate, okay, so this gate has to be separate now. So this gate needs to only say... It needs to be 1 more than that one always is. This needs to be 3. Because there's always 3 here. 2 here, 1 here. And then it'll distribute this using the switcher evenly when this is not full. We're getting complicated in here pretty quickly. Okay, so... because we need more metal. This isn't going to work with just what we have. So we need another smelter. Using what supplies we do have. Okay, now we move you. Okay. So we're gonna want an in-between section. This has to sit for pretty far back from what I remember. Then we need a dispenser. Okay, so that's 2 smelters online over here now. Oh, but we're gonna need another storage. Because that's not gonna really be as efficient. Because he's gonna have to walk all the way around in order to do it. And we'd have, to daisy chain this properly, well, again, like it was doing before, we would need... we'd need to move these over, essentially, and then put one on this side. I think that is the case. But I think for now, instead of just doing all that, because I don't want to mess with all that right now, that'd be way more than what we need to do for only 2 ants. I think our simple solution is this. And this can only accept metal. Make sure all of these are set to that. Yep. That's probably the simplest solution to keep from having to get the ants in each other's way as much. The first one's going to have to wait on the second one. But the moment that this one moves, this one will start smelting. This one will end up smelting up here. This one will get done right before this one does, and this one will get done and swoop back around. And it should end up circling at least in a somewhat decent amount. Okay, so... we are doing good. Okay, now for over here... I don't know if we can actually create a gate for this without causing problems. I could create the gate off of this, but... there's a lot more over here. There should be as well. Hold on. Let's go ahead and add this one to this chain over here for now. I'm waiting for him to smelt. I'm doing this on purpose so he'll move forward in the chain. Okay. Because now what should happen is this should consider this too and lock it. Yeah. I guess the issue is this is still considered... So, hold on then. That's not... something's not right there because it's still considering that empty. And I don't want ants just piling on this line. So, that means... this is wrong. We want just a regular switcher here. But the issue, I guess, it comes here is when this gets full, it'll stop feeding the other side, right? That's kind of annoying. There's got to be a more efficient way of tailoring that. So then what it might... Okay, so then what this is 3, right? So we actually need... Oh, hold on, wrong thing. We actually need a gate from here to these gates. And this gate... Yeah, see, there are accidentally 3 on this. So... Okay, hold on. I've gotta really think this through now. This is a complicated build. Let's start over from scratch here. Hold on. Wait, I think we just need to start over from scratch there and redo this. Okay. So clearly we need a switcher here. Okay. We need to build backwards from this. So, and then the switcher needs to be here as well. Okay. Or does that need to be a gate? This is so strange. How would it know? Because I don't want to have to look at it. That's the point of the game, right? But even if both of these are gates, right? So let's say there needs to be one. That also needs to be one. I wonder if I just have to do this. Is it that simple? Two there, yep, that's right. One there. Oh, no, wait. Got that wrong. So essentially that would be a good roadblock. You need to head over here. Just because you're already wounded. And that will give us a another inventor to feed. Okay, so I'll have to see in theory if this ends up working or not. Okay, dispenser. What is your dispenser coming from? There. So we need to pull from the same one for both of these. And now it's time to extend this out again. Automatic. We need to being right up there so we can bend more. Interesting. That's still keeping that supply. I am gonna move you though to here instead. Go. Yeah, these are getting a little stretched out now. That keeps the metal flowing in. Alright, so what we need now... We're gonna need another inventor hand, so I might as well pop you for the research. Alright, so we need to make those things. We need to build the radar towers. Let's see, what do I need again? 30 energy, which we have plenty of, we have just enough metal, but that metal's got to be made into the other things it needs. We do not have enough plates yet. So we're going to have to let it kind of tick over for a while. I'm interested to try to see something. This is going to be an experiment now. While we're doing everything else, because we don't need as much metal. If I create a gate here, how many are there? There's 2 on that, should be 2 on this. There's not. So you 2 need to be on this one. You should be committed to becoming a research ant. Since you're almost dead. Okay, so the limit would be 4. On this side. Oh, I forgot to turn it off. But you know what? We'll have an extra research rant. Okay. Let's turn this off. Cut off all the paths. What I assume it should do is sit on the platform until we need another one. Because none of the paths are open right now because they're all... Except this one. Apparently this one died. So we do need another one, technically. Oh, but the switcher... The switcher bones it, though. I'm gonna manually assign this. I'm gonna create a gate that needs... So this gate right here to here. No. Oh shoot, undo that. Undo. The gate has to be here. Leading to those gates. This gate has to be 3. That's always... My issue is that's always going to be open, though. Shoot, man. That can't work like that, because let's say I did do that and it was 3. There's a chance that the switcher could be on the wrong lane. And if I added this now all is... How do you tie these together, man? There must be a way. We must not have the code for it yet. Because it's always going to pile more here then. So I'm just going to have to manually manage that, I think, until I figure out how that works. Just because I'm not quite certain. I think I could create a gate here, maybe, and that might count. Oh, that's so strange. If I do this, I think the switcher is hurting me. But the thing is I'm pretty sure this, even if I put one here without the switcher, it still doesn't understand this. We'd have to get super lucky that it even distributes these. It'd have to be 4 instead of 2. We would need 2 here, 2 here. And same thing for down here. Or keep it at 2 even. 1 and 1. Because it'd be the only way that guaranteed that the switch will always end up right. Because with 3 it's a little weird because it could go... the third one could end up being on this side instead of this side. Meaning, like, let's say the cycle gets out and the switch is wrong. 1 could end up over here and 2 over here without these gates. So that might be better then. Let's just do that. I think we've gotten to that point where we have to do it that way. We might have to do it the same way here, but let's see. So, we still need a switcher because these, we gotta go 2 different directions with this. Right there, okay. Then the main gate. To here. That's gotta be 3. Switcher. Oh no, we don't. Let's try not to do. But wait, the switcher still has that problem, doesn't it? We're doing some experiments real quick now, because now I gotta see which is actually the way. This would be better to work. So go to here. This one's gonna be a 3. Oh no, a 4. And a gate to here. This gate is going to be 2. Did you see how it does not read that? So that was correct. It does not work like that. So then that means the switchers have to be here. They have to be after the gates in order for this to count. So it won't send people this direction unnecessarily. It'll keep people at the door, but it'll make it a little easier to maintain here. Okay. Let him catch up over there. Oh wow, we have one. They're dying anyways. Since this gate is first, let's take one of you off of here. I'm gonna assign you there for now. Since it's faster than moving him, and we need the metal more than anything. So that now registers as 3. Worker going out. Alright, he's assigned. Now we're waiting on another one. I want to see how this works, so. See, this is kind of why I didn't want a switcher. You see what's happening right there? Okay. So, that means the switcher doesn't work either. You go over there. Y'all will just have to wait on each other. It'll be a little faster at producing nets, but it'll be fine. Okay. That means this can't be a switcher either. These has to be an actual path, or gateway path as well. But once again, this creates an issue here with this line. So there must be a code we can't use. So we may just have to hand draw this for a while. Just because it's not going to let us do that. So let it stack up ants. Just so we can do that. See, when those two are up, since this connects to these, I really do think this should know, unless that's the tech we have to analyze, which it could be, that these are up and don't need anyone, and so it should consider this one complete. But, alright. Oh, that one wouldn't work. Oh well, at least that one worked. See, there comes the issue. It's going to permanently do that, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It looks like we've gotten just enough ants. We could set this to 1. And just always have a backup flowing in there, because they seem to be in a somewhat of a cycle right now. You can see now he's going to sit there and wait. Alright, we should be able to build that radio tower now. Wow, this is massive. Oh, not quite. I must have been shy of something. Probably like some plates or something, some metal plates. It's like 2% done. It should be done in a second. The Samurai mod for Bannerlord is releasing in the summer. Ooh, remind me when it gets a little closer. I definitely want to play that. We have to try a Samurai mod for Bannerlord. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. Well, you set to 4. Should be only set to 2. This way, if an ant dies, it replaces it immediately and the door opens. Make contact. Oh, okay. Make contact with the other cyber alien ants. Whoa. What? What the hell? There's ants or something flying over. Or something flying over us. Here's what I should do. Yeah, see, now we have these ants kind of, he's ready to go in either way. I don't know if that's good though, because it means we're having a backup and feed. Oh, they've harvested over here now. Whoa, we paused while looking at one. Are those supposed to be dragonflies? Yeah, look how many ants died over there. We lost a bunch of population going on over at the harvesters. Why are 2 of these ants doing nothing? Well, we apparently lost some down at the energy. Oh, but these ants died. Flying Ant Day. See your first Neptune. I saw that thing. Report screen. Completed Neptune flight. Number 1. The colony was visited by 272 drones. What? Ants created 124. You've just completed a nuptial flight. Once every hour, the sky comes alive with fertile male ants that are on a quest to find young queens to mate with. In time, your colony will start producing genes? Oh, they're praetorians. Future queens who will take to the skies and establish new colonies, continuing the endless cycle of life. For now, the Neptune flight offers a moment of reflection. The summary interface displays your colony stats from the past hour, how many ants you've managed to create, and how many of them have died off. Reveal a new island? What? The Sakraha Desert. Find the desert? Click to switch inventory types. Ants global. Okay. What? Over the course of your playthrough, you'll unlock several islands that you can explore and build onto. These islands don't share an inventory. If you want to build on an island, you'll have to make sure the required materials are present in stockpiles on the specific island. So I wonder if, can dispensers do that though? Can dispensers move from something from one island to another? That's what I would like to know. You also cannot relocate buildings to another island. So no, probably not. Well, maybe a new dispenser. I don't know. We'll see. So can we? So we're gonna need unlock fabricate, fabricate and stockpiles. This is a cool view. Oh, those are the flyers. Oh, we can zoom in and out now. Holy crud. Well, then we might want to save it here. I'll have to let y'all decide if you want to see more. This is a lot more in depth than I thought it was going to be. So can I build a... So, I'm just curious. This is experiment number 1. Dispenser. Oh, but how will we get ants here? So we would have to wait till one of our queens becomes gins or gins or geens. I am not really sure what that is. You know what I could do? I could ignore this one and set this whole gate right here as a 2. And just have always 2 on this line ready to go anywhere. As soon as one opens, and it'll keep letting another one out the moment one gets let out the gate. That actually is a pretty good idea. Because I'm starting to see that these switchers are good, but not when you're trying to do gate tactics. So this needs to be 2. How many are collecting down here? Hold on, we're just going to have to look. So that's 2 and that's 2. So those are both a 2. I want to remember that when I delete these so I don't screw this up. Okay. So we want to gatekeep this direction. We're going to set it to 2. So there's always 2 on that line ready to go. Gatekeep to here. Also 2. Gatekeep to here, also 2. I'm starting to realize maybe that most of the important gates have to be at the initial factory to kind of tell it which roads to even care about right now. Okay. Because then at least that way I could technically delete this. Or no, this should be set to 1. These should only have 1s on them because then they would only ever need the 1 or the 2. This one's a switcher, so I don't have to worry about this one. Because it's an even amount of ants, so that one's fine. But this one should only ever have 1. So it should have 2 here, 1 here. Alright. Because I think having 2 on here means it'll, going that way, it'll, I'm just not sure which one gets prioritized when it comes to that stuff. That I don't know. But let's see what fabricate is. Let's see what it wants us to do with that. Population fabricate. Wait, where is fabricate? Wait, recharge fabric or fabricate? I did not read that, did I? Unlock fabric. Oh, okay. Complete other nodes to... Oh, so this is where... Yeah, okay. Complete other nodes to gain access. So we need to complete that node. We don't have fiber yet. Can't do that. Null trail. A trail that won't create any kind... Ooh, wait. A trail that won't create any kind of action flag. Handy if you want to transport whoops. Handy if you want to transport ants without them interacting. What does main do? 100 for that. Woo! A cosmic trail to help you organize your colony. It is thicker, meant to be used as a central path for ants to follow and flow into other loops. So this is a bigger path where more than one ant can probably walk beside each other. It functions the same as a null trail, though. It's only for transportation, meaning getting them to that location. And then you branch them off. That actually is pretty cool, because then that allows me to set up a little bit of gatekeeping to what I was doing already with a single lane. Need 100 for that. We ain't gonna do that tonight. That means we need to leave this open now. And we might want to cut down on ants in other places. Ooh, this is getting really bare. So here's what we're gonna do. This needs more stockpile now because it's getting low. So we're gonna take one off of this one. And we're gonna send him to the inventor laboratory to try to be turned into an inventor. We also have plant cutting and null now. Tab. Plant cutting. Which we do need to see what that does. Contains fiber. Wait, doesn't that unlock that other node? Collect 10 pieces of fiber. And that'll give me whatever that is. I wonder if that leads to that. So we could technically get that going if I devote one of my... If I take down how many metal ants we're using. We really need mining. Where is that at? Eee. I do not see mining. Fancy ant. There's a fancy ant. I don't see money. Oh, wait, is it you? Yep. I bet you it's you. We need to reach 50 ants to go this way. So we're definitely going to be harvesting the metal quite hard. So yeah, we definitely need 2 ants on this one ant on this one for now, since this one's still full. And what I'm going to do to make things faster, and then we're going to wrap it up and save it, I'm going to take one of you and assign you to that. Oh, okay, well, he'll wait on another one. We do need 2 of these. This guy needs to be fed faster than that. He might die off too soon. Are we running out of energy? No. Weird that he wasn't getting fed. Hopefully he can do that in 1 minute and 15 seconds. Oh, it's gonna be a close one. I think the only other thing I want to do here is redo this. Do like the game had now. Kind of create this little like loop kind of situation. So like keep these 1. That doesn't seem to be working. What? I guess because he didn't cross this? So then 0 for now. That's strange. I think that didn't work. And gatekeep to here. Only ever have 2 on this line. So yeah. So then this needs to be down to 3, which died anyways. So this needs to be 3 instead of 4. And whatever path they end up on right now is fine. Technically we need an extra one up here right now. So I can always switch them. What else? What else? What else? What else do we do before we go? The Queen's energy supplies get a little lackluster. We're about to go into stage 3. Which should give us... Yeah, max population 50. So now we can get up to 50 ants. So now it would be just a matter of time at that point. Seconds. Wait, I can't harvest it? Quick, get him before he dies. There we go. So now in theory I gotta see if this works. So 1. Aha. Oh, but then it... That is not what it showed. Huh? In the tutorial, in the setup, it showed as a demo. That's not how that works. Just changes it there. Weird. Does that have to do with distance? It's still acting like there's someone there, but that's... So there's no point to these then. If the platform's empty, they'll just get on it. That's... So that demo it showed, unless something changed since that demo, or something's wrong and broken right now and a bug is happening, this is supposed to go up when this guy is loaded on here. This is loaded to 1 and there's 1 up here. Huh. Then there's no point in doing that, because that doesn't really actually change anything. We can just create simple routes, one ways. So that way, if it is empty, it'll just go on there. If it's not, so we'll see how that goes. But we'll have 2 always cycling around here if we can, so we can produce research pretty fast. Next episode we do this. This row has the least people on it right now. I'm gonna reassign you to you. Oh, I see what's happening. I see why the Queen's energy is being stupid. That was my idiocy doing that. Oopsies. It should be like this. That was my stupidity. That was me being dumb. Because that way it'll pull from 2 separate supplies. Because it's pulling from 1 supply right now. Although it's still going to do that. Oh, so wait a minute. Then I may have to switch to the dispenser for now. This one's getting dried up. How? They would have to be 2 ants. I'd have to pull in my... Where's my other infinite ant? I just realized, where do I have my final infinite ant? It's on this, isn't it? It is. I almost think I want to take a worker and put it on this and start giving a gateway to this one, so it also has 2 for the workers on this as well. So we can get more infinite ants over here delivering the energy. Although I guess the realistic situation here is now, I guess what it would really happen is automatically, when this runs out, we would just pull from this one. He would start grabbing here instead. Yeah, because without creating 2 small squares feeding her at the same time, that's going to have the same problem the manufacturers have, the factories have. He's always going to pull from the one. Now it's being supplied quite well, so to be fair, I think we're keeping up pretty hard right now, but... See, now this is an issue. Oh, man. It's kind of silly that doesn't work. Maybe it... What about if I do it in reverse? Does that work? 1. No. So I'm not really sure what the concept of what we saw earlier was. Yeah. Huh. That is annoying. But I guess we'll just turn them off manually for now until I find a solution to this, so they don't just sit there. Something's definitely not. Something's definitely not fully right with that. I'm not really sure. Maybe it has to be a null path? Oh. Let's see what a null path does. Give it all that for just a second. I want to try one last thing. There's a gateway. Huh. Doesn't let you build that. So strange. What about gateway to here to here? No, it does not like that. The gate is looping on itself. Oops. Uh-uh. I just really don't know, chat. I'm not sure why why it's acting that way. I guess technically we could always have other inventor ants lined. If we made the rail long enough right behind the ramp, we could just have one spare always sitting with them permanently, to be fair. But I don't see the point of that if they can just run around this. So, I want to see if this works. So we only want this to be 2. See what the null path is like and see if that helps. The board would be proud. The mod is set in the same time period as certain Shadows game. Ah! That game is going to be way better. So, okay, that's what I wanted to do. You see what it's doing right there? How it's just running around now doing nothing and it's not until it's needed? That's what I wanted to do. This is almost fed. We'll let this one get fed and then we'll move forward and we'll quit for now. So that's what we want for our science. What it was trying to build earlier was pointless. When this right here is enough, depending on how many platforms we're trying to keep supplied. Because now we can just poop, and now he will go down here and he'll replace him. And the other one will get made. And see, and now he moves up there. Alright, beautiful. Research. Main trail's 100, so it'll take us a while to get that. We also seem to have lost a lot of ants. I almost wonder if I need to make another incubator and start producing more small ants. Like 2 incubators, right? Actually, I think it's time. I think that should be our final thing we do here. Let us get us... another incubator for tiny ants. Then all we have to do is just do that. And now he will supply 2 different small ants. Let's do a normal travel for that. So now he will produce more ants than normal. Now 2 ants will grow at a time. And that should fill in our gaps a little bit better in different places. Efficiency is key! Look at how many ants are being created. Workers are being reproduced. Good. We did it, Chad. We did it. I'm actually going to turn this off now. For now. Manually. So nothing goes that way. Because we're about to have enough for the replacements that are about to be in here for the moment. We do want to permanently let them be born, but I'm trying to let the other workers fill back in too. Basically get ahead of the game. Well. Pause. I'm gonna have you... Actually, here's what we'll do. Let's move this to right there. Let's delete that and that and that. Can't get a perfect science with that. Okay. Okay, you go there and harvest that. Let's extend this out. Hold on. This is gonna extend back. For this to extend outwards. That tells it it has all 3 working now. Okay. Oh, but this side's still running low. So do that. Production is probably going to end up slowing down just a little bit, but metal seems to be fine over there. We're doing good on metal. Jesus, the screws. We have 38 screws. Well, at least that ant is a successful one. Alright. Nice. So see, that works beautifully. So as it produces them, it'll send them to the rig, or to the line, and then it'll choose which one of these still needs them. Yeah, look at that. 1, but then, boom! Alright. Yep, now he's going over there. Beautiful. So the rig is working as intended now. So now we save it, because I don't think there's much else to do right now. I do think my next step in next episode is to fix this. This has to be separated, so this isn't the only thing being pulled from. We actually might have to unassign this for a little bit, so this can build back up and these two can even back out. Because otherwise we're always going to have issues with this. They're going to have the same setup the factory has. So it's going to have to be something like this that meets up with her. Maybe a splitter type thing that can help me do that. Yeah, have them both split off, grab something from a different pipe, come back, meet back on the same square to feed her, then go back out again. And we can use a gate to stop that, so that way there's never two on the same line. And that way it's pulling the same amount of energy from both of these. It'll also feed her faster, because we can only have so many... Technically, we can only have so many ants anyways. This will help us produce ants faster. And then realistically, we can get up to quite a massive little, like, automated machine where we can have extras piled on extras in certain lanes. Then at that point, the true automation truly kicks in. This first island must be the island that is to get you... We're probably going to be insane by the time we get over here. Like, by the time we hit this island over here, I bet you it's going to be, what's it called? Also, did you notice something cool? Did you hear that sound? That's the sound of a microscope. I like that attention to detail that as we zoom out, we're doing different levels of microscopic zoom, see? Ah, that's cool. Look, you can even see the what's it called on the outside. That's really cool. This game has a really cool personality, too. Been finding a lot of these games lately. Nah, it's too far away from that. They're making another one anyways. It'll go and get on that grid, because that grid needs another person. There we go. Nice. So yeah, this is working well. I'm quite happy about this. I do think I need to maybe extend screw making, but screws are made so fast that I'm almost like, maybe I shouldn't. Because look how many we have. Where we have hardly any plates. It's getting up there, but the plates are hard to come by. Okay. So I think we're good. Let's make a save here. Your character gives soldiers commands in Japanese, not English. Oh, that's cool. Let's save. New save. I'm gonna call this Micro Guardians. Micro Guardians. Micro Guardians. Alright. This has been a really good look at this game so far. Let's go back to the main menu. I am not going to start a new one, but I want to look at the map, see. I want to see if there's another... Now that we've done that. Ah, so we must have to finish what we have. I'm assuming we have to win. Either that or this game hasn't gotten... Like, this is a smaller game, and I think it is made by another... It's another indie game made by only a few people, I think, so... To be fair, it might just not have that in there yet, and that's in the plans are they're hoping to add, eventually, maybe more types of micro ants that do different types of specialties. But yeah, it looks like all we have is the starting setup, but I wonder if it's because we have to complete a run or fail a run before something happens. I wonder if this has a bit of roguelike to it and we don't know it. Or maybe just completing and unlocking certain... Maybe that's what the... You know what it might be? I wonder if the research also relates to that too. I wonder as you research different types of ants, maybe you can start with different types of colonies that begin with different versions of ants. And things like that. Oh, Portuguese merchants sell you guns. Oh, that's pretty cool. At least it maintains to what the Japanese kind of, what do you call it is. That's actually really cool. It's going to make sword fighting so much harder because katanas are so fast. But I can't wait. That's going to be a fun sounding mod. But I want to say GG y'all. Tam King said, by the way, Tam King, I'm gonna jump on PlayStation after I get off here. If you're still on, if you want to jump on some PGA, I have to make sure I finish downloading it. I think I downloaded it. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember if I downloaded it when I downloaded the game that Farseer reminded me that I didn't have downloaded that I needed for our special to continue with our special. So. But yeah, this has been a really good look at Microtopia. I really enjoy this game. Are y'all interested in seeing more of this? Do y'all want me to do another episode on this coming up during this theme, or would you prefer to stick to the other ones that we've done already? Because I know that this one is, a katana is faster. But the dishonorable boundary with a musket is fastest. Actually, I don't know about that. Maybe if they shoot it, yeah. The shooting part's faster. But to be fair, muskets were pretty inaccurate back then. And you'd have to reload it afterwards. So if you screwed up, well, katanas don't have to be reloaded. But anyways. But yeah, final thoughts from anyone on this series. If you'd like to see more on it on the channel, let me kind of vibe in. Or if you're more looking to just see it stick with the bullet hells and the things we've got so far, I've got some other things we might show off just for fun at some point, just for the hell of it. But that's up to y'all if y'all want to keep this a part of our side little episodes. I'm intrigued in this game. I definitely will be playing more of this game. This game is awesome. I still think Heart of the Machine is a bit more detailed, but I did say that yesterday. It is slightly unfair in the fact that it's basically 5 games in one. So it's actually, that's why it's really good. Plus the role-playing aspect of the Heart of the Machine that we played the other day is a little different. But I went quiet. Well, I guess I'll wrap it up then. I guess I'll take it as I'll do another episode of this sometime this week, and then we'll see how everyone feels after that episode. How far, depending on how far we make it, if we fully complete a playthrough on this game, or at least make it to the point of where we can get to the other islands. You see, everyone will call you a coward, but I'd rather be known as a coward than dead. Hey man, I will deflect the bullet and still kill you. Don't challenge me, Farseer. I'm fine with either or, okay. So I guess then we'll just do another episode this coming week of this. Check out more of it, see how far we can make it, see if we can make it to the desert island, and grow our cyber ant colony at least big enough to try to attempt this. That'll be our goal for next episode, is to get to the other island, see what happens. And then, tomorrow, if we don't get to play Warhammer with James, we're going to be doing my other surprise that Farseer reminded me to download and she didn't realize it. Because I had been planning this other shooter that I wanted to do during our little shooter fest / hardcore gaming fest. I'm doing games that are basically kind of very, like, niche and only for, like, very specific hardcore gamers, like that hardcore RPG. Not everyone would be able to get into that type of game, or this game. This is a hardcore, like, factory programming kind of logistics sim. Metal Bringer's one of the... Even though there's many of these I'm about to say, Metal Bringer's one of our hardcore top-down bullet hell type games. And then we've got, technically, Doom, which is the main thing that will be happening over towards the end of this month and, of course, next month. And then the other shooters that are representing it as well, so. But we've got some interesting things I want to show off for this coming up weeks, so. Also, I'm going to go to Doom 1 and show off some mods that are on the Doom 1 console version. There's not as many cool mods for Doom as there are on PC. There's one I want specifically on PC that I haven't got. There's a mini version that's not as good that's on console that I have, that I'm using, that I'm playing that version in order to make up for the fact we don't have the better version. But there's plenty of cool little mods I want to show on that as well. You are illegally parked in private property. You have 20 seconds to remove your vehicle. Soon to be dead robot. Oh, man. But, I'm so excited about all the stuff we've had. Exactly. And say, you need, right? You're illegally parked. I think that Farseer knows what I'm referencing, what the shooter is. You are illegally parked on this property. You have 20 seconds to remove your vehicle, citizen, or I will fill it full of holes. Your friendly neighborhood, slightly unstable officer. Or a robot officer. But anyways, I hope y'all all enjoyed. And thank you so much for joining in on the stream tonight, chat. Hope to see y'all in tomorrow's stream, whether it be co-op with James, the Mad Lad, or we continue with our single player games for our current what we're doing right now. And exploring, so. Ed209. That Ed209 didn't deserve that fate. Oh man, I agree. They should have just taught it how to walk downstairs. That's the one we're talking about, right? The one that couldn't go downstairs, and that's how he won. That's how he beat it. Just made it take a tumble. Oh man, or wounded it or something like that. It made it wounded enough he could blow it up. I just found that funny. I'm like, so this is a multi-billion-dollar machine, and it can't traverse stairs. I feel like the Robo was far more well-designed, especially for the money. That's what you call not efficient. Yeah, I think in IRL, I agree with you. No offense. Since RoboCop doesn't have what a humanoid robot should have the advantage of, which is speed and agility and jumping around. Like a real one. Like, kind of like the Boston Dynamic robot, right? That's technically what RoboCop, in theory, should... Sorry, chat. Sorry about that. What was I gonna say? In theory, that's what RoboCop should have been, instead of him being so clunky. Because if he's that clunky but small, but something bigger is just as clunky and moves just as fast, but can hold better guns, technically that wins. At least in common sense and common, like common real life, I guess you could say. Once again, the machine would have to be more advanced for a small machine to beat a big machine. So. But in real life, yeah. The one in front of the building acting like a parking warden. Yeah, that was kind of strange too, right? There was one in the front of the building. Wasn't there two? There was the one in front of the building. But that one didn't do anything, did it? That one didn't have to worry about stairs. Yet. Well, I do think that his little Magnum, though, I will say, Tam King, I think that Magnum is outfitted with some sort of explosive armor-piercing shell. But that, it still wouldn't have been enough, because even if he could hurt it with that pistol, it's still got more firepower and more guns to shoot overall at him with the same bullets, if not better, than he does. So it's more about he just wouldn't be able to put enough bullets downwind before it would. Plus, he still has human. This is the one other shitty thing that's a truth. He's still mostly human. So they're even with the machine parts doing a lot of the targeting for him. He might have some error, like some child crosses in front of his targeter, and he's not going to shoot. It's going to. It's like, it's so. It's like, so. I think cheaped out on the armor. Still had 209 firing a shell. Yeah. I do think the shells would have still been larger. It was plot armor. It was the same reasoning like James gets mad at RX-78. RoboCop 1, although RX-78 can kill the Zoc, just not easily, as it was made out to be in the show. So it's kind of the same principle. Plot armor kind of determined that fight before it was ever had. So, right, he did 100% cheap out on the targeting system, even though that seems very unrealistic. That's probably the most unrealistic things about sci-fi things today, with us now being able to build these things in real life and actually able to, like, create machines and program all kinds of different things. The most realistic things about sci-fi now is not the ability to make these robots. It's the fact these robots in these movies are programmed to do terrible. And what I mean by, like, this just not work. Like, they don't function. Why would they have been built if they didn't function? And so I do think that plot armor is the moral of the story here. Who remembers that Ed 209 was defeated by a manhole? Oh yeah, I remember that. He fell in a manhole, didn't he? Like I said, there's a lot of things about that part of the movie that I'm like, there's no machine programmed alive. They would have made all these mistakes. Things firing a tank round and it only needs to hit near you, so why are you bothering with accuracy? Well, you would still have accuracy. The shell still would have the point is that it should still be accurate, even if it doesn't need to be. A machine like that should be able to lay a lob onto RoboCop's eyeball. And what I mean by this is, not just shoot at his head. It should have the accuracy that it will fire the round as if it's trying to hit the center of his eye. Because machines calculate to, like, ridiculous levels. So it's not going to just target big mass. It's going to go for a single component. Who cares if it worked or not? Dick Jones, inventor of the Ed 209. Exactly. See you later, Dick. Oh, man. But alright, chat. I'm gonna wrap it up for tonight. It's already 8:38. We've done pretty good for today. I hope y'all have enjoyed watching some Microtopia. We went way longer than I anticipated to get through this game for, but I got really into building once we started really understanding some of the pathways. Still had to do some hiccups to figure out what was most efficient and to use in certain places to be a little bit faster. But and that'll be throughout the whole game, that we'll constantly, as we get new types of routes and logic pathing, we'll be able to mitigate and curtail so much more. So I am very excited. The inventor even knew it had problems and never fixed it and just say, screw it, it's good enough. Like Batman Robo has a built-in weak spot, his face. It's true. It is true. That's a good point. Although the one in the comic book wore a better helmet than the one in the in the show for Batman, when it came to having his super-powered armor that he fights Superman with. Yeah, the one in the comic didn't have an exposed face. He wasn't that stupid. But the ones in the movie and the shows, yeah, for some reason they're like, I need to see my face. My mouth needs to be seen moving. And I'm like, that's also good enough for, Clark to punch you right there one time and end it. Hello?
Should have put some Pepsis on the food stamp thing. I didn't. You forgot your protein.
Oh well. Okay, alright. So we can see the actor. I know, for movie and shows it makes sense. But from a comic book standpoint, it's like, yeah, Superman had died. Or not died, Superman. Batman had died. It's like, but either way, it's like, let's see, Temp King said, so you can see the actor, and Farseer said, by not, he even tried to sell Ed 209 to the military, and it was rejected once they saw all the bugs. Exactly. Stallone done the same with Dredd. He refused to wear a helmet full time, as he wanted to show his face. I mean, I get it. I mean, like I said, for a movie, I kind of ignore that kind of stuff, because I get that that's kind of the point of that. That the whole point of a movie is to kind of see the real people as well. Otherwise, you just have all CGI, right? Because there's also that argument, too. If you're just going to cover up the actor entirely and never see their body, then one could argue, why not just have them be the voice actor of their own character and go full CGI if you're going to do that? So there is a offset kilter on that, which is probably why they don't do that a lot when they do stuff like that, especially back in Judge Dredd's day. That would have also meant they would have had to fully CGI him every time he was fully wearing his suit, or CGI the parts that required that didn't make sense for having a helmet, right? So it made sense. Yeah, I saw the newer one. The newer one did exactly that. They did more CGI with him. More of the scenes were less of the actor, and it was a full helm the whole time. He never took it off, that I could tell. Which is very strange. I get it that he was supposed to be this mysterious, super badass judge that was above all the others. And he's got a bit of this reputation he has to keep. And because I read some of the comic books before. But I do think that Stallone was right. I think he needs to have the helmet off every now and then. I think you need to be able to see that he's a human, too. And I think that's why Stallone, even though it was a 90s version of the movie, that's why I think Stallone's version is still better than the new one. The new one is fun. I do enjoy it. But I do think Stallone's is better because it gives you a better take on Judge Dredd himself. In my opinion. So. Yeah, I saw that. Pretty much slept with the helmet on. It was weird. It was very strange. When the comic books, he doesn't do that either. He's only usually got it on when he's on the job. When he's off on his own, or if he's at home, or if he's just out, which I know he didn't do a lot of that if you've read the comics. He was a pretty solemn guy. But even then, he still took the helmet off. So it was really strange the movie decided to do this. Maybe they knew they couldn't get someone as cool as Stallone to be that same personality to kind of match Judge Dredd. And maybe they were afraid that it would be too hard to have someone else's face try to be Dredd. And they just went the easy route and was like, they all know the reputation of Dredd more than the character. So they went, let's just let him stay in the helmet and the character the whole time. Makes sense, I guess. Demolition Man must never get a sequel or remaster. Yes, it does. Absolutely a remaster. A sequel, I don't know. Would Wesley and Stallone do that? Nah. Newer movie was better in my opinion. Stallone was more a comedy. I guess Dredd isn't funny. I'll give you that. And it was kind of a comedy back then. But you also got to think of it from a 90s perspective. You have to ignore the comical parts a little bit to kind of see what I mean by why he did a little bit better with the character than in his version of Judge Dredd. Let St. Angelus vanish into darkness where it belongs. But the 90s movies kind of weren't into doing too many dark comic book movies. This was also the beginning of comic books trying to truly become mainstream, right? Is the early 90s. Like, they've always had movies and shows in the 50s and things here and there. But this was like the time where a lot of side medias were trying to really become big league movies. So you could argue maybe they made it slightly a comedy because they couldn't go as dark as the comic book was. Because the Judge Dredd comic books are dark as frick. We're talking like Lobo levels of holy shit. Hey, I want Hunka Chunka back. That movie was so strange. It's such a strange movie because it's only good because it's a cult classic and it's such a strange movie. Demolition Man and also Wesley Snipes. I'm pretty sure Wesley Snipes stole that whole movie. No offense to Stallone at all. That whole movie was because of Wesley Snipes. Otherwise, that movie probably wouldn't have succeeded at all, even during its own time. It's definitely not well received today. But it would have barely survived in its own era if it hadn't have been for Wesley Snipes. That's why I love the man. Wesley Snipes makes everything better. This is why we need it, Marvel. We need it. You hear me? You hear me, Marvel? We need it. Y'all, you know what I'm talking about, Marvel. Don't you play. Ryan's already taught you once. Either way, I'm gonna get off here now. Heck, a bunch of Regos with breech-loading rifles can conquer the mega city, and you know it. That's harsh. That's harsh. But you're probably true. That city is so messed up. And so just broken, I guess you could say. That I'm pretty sure an ant colony could beat that city. Like, a single ant colony. My cyber ants here in microscopic level could beat that mega city. This organization is just too stupid. Makes no sense. There's so much to that movie. It's like, why? Why is this a thing? What would we do? What purpose did this serve? Like the cursing machine, right? The thing that finds you for cussing. What? Although, realistically, you know what's sad? Much like the Idiocracy, and this is gonna scare you, Farseer. What if I can do you one even better? How about instead of remastering or having a sequel to Demolition Man, we just make it real life? Because I want to point out, before certain things were changed, you realize we were going towards that, right? Everyone, I want to take it back. I want to take just a second before I leave. Take it back and just absorb it for a second. And think about all the, you can't say this, you can't say that, do, and all the Karen stuff that was going on and all that, right? Think about that. What is that akin to? Does that sound like a machine fining you for cussing and saying the wrong thing? Telling you, we're either going to end up in Demolition Man or in Idiocracy. Neither are great. But here's the good advantage. Both are easily conquered. Neither are great, but both are easy to defeat, so... And take over as a smarter person. So... Hey! More power to us. For the ones that definitely Idiocracy. Oh, yeah. They only have glow sticks, no range weapons. That's technically true. They have no weapons at all. Just stun little glow sticks, which are decent, I guess, but... Oh, that universe was so weird. No kiss, no bang bang. Immediately I'm leading a revolution and finding millions of followers in minutes. Exactly. That's why that's not a real... that's also why I believe that's not a realistic thing that could happen. Because we see how much we fought back against it here in America. When that kind of thing started happening, trying to tell people who they had to be, what they could say and they couldn't say. It still happens to a certain extent, but not as much now. It's getting better and better slightly and slowly. But it just comes back to the design. And then we'll just have to learn how to use the 3 she shells. We're already there. We got celebrity presidents. I mean, we do, but that doesn't... We still don't have the strictness that craziness was. But it tried. It definitely tried. I'm not saying it still won't try, maybe swing back around on us, sadly, if we don't keep it down. And keep it from getting too bad. But it's just sad that even Demolition Man can be a reality now. I want to point that out. You know how insane that is? And I don't mean that from a sci-fi perspective. I mean that from a pure idiocy perspective. But either way, that was hilarious though. Heck, even a medieval army with no guns or artillery could do. Exactly, because they have stun sticks. A sword could kill them. They de-evolved so much as a modern society in that city that you could take probably a wiffle ball bat and conquer the city. I'm just saying. A wiffle ball bat is more dangerous than those stun sticks that they wielded. You can at least kill someone with a wiffle ball bat. You hit hard enough. If The Rock runs for president, then yeah. Alright. If that happens, Tam King, don't worry. I'll run for president next. Don't worry. I got you on that one. I already have a plan for that stupidity if that ever becomes a weird reality for us in reality. If that becomes the case, y'all getting me as president. Just want to point that out because ironically in both, this might be a sad thing to say about myself somewhat. I have more confidence in this technically, but I also like to be a realist. I will be literally the best choice you have, and I don't know if that's good or bad. I'll just change my name to Loki. And I'll start wearing that pen. Either that or Victor. Not sure which. Either my name will end up being Victor at that point or Loki. I haven't decided yet. Yeah, see, Skynet would see it and be like, nope, I'm not worth the effort, please, but my plasma is worth more than killing them. Bye, I'm not. Exactly, Falsier. But alright, y'all have a good one. Big shout out to everyone in chat. Hope you enjoyed some Microtopia. Hope to see you in tomorrow's episode as we either fight the good war of Kislev to defend against chaos and the evils of corruption, or we'll end up technically still enforcing the law and cleansing chaos, but in a different way. If we don't get to play Kislev tomorrow. So, I hope you all enjoyed. And let's see, Tam King said, although not gonna lie, I would pay to see The Rock. People's elbow. Yeah, you know what? Yeah? Could you imagine if your president just people's elbowed somebody? Just, what the fuck you say? I'm gonna show you what I'm cooking. I pulled as many memes from him as I could right there. Oh man, alright. I'm gonna get off here, chat. Tam King, if you're I'm gonna switch over the PlayStation, so if you want to join up and do some rounds of golf after I download PGA, since I hadn't played it in a while, then we definitely need to hit me up. If you're not on then I'll chill and I'll either play Played Up, hunt some demons, or maybe I'll get on here and try this other little game that I have for myself that I'm playing. But depends on if you want to do some golf or not. I'll let you decide when I get on there. But I say GG y'all, GG Tam King, and have a good one as well. Farseer, big shout out to my moderator, everyone. And big shout out to everyone joining in the background. Hope you enjoyed this crazy little awesome game of Microtopia. And we hope to see y'all in our next one tomorrow. And until next time, peace and love, everyone. Bye!